UK time. Free, online, and open to the world. HealingOurEarth.com. Agnihotra. The ancient Vedic fire that heals earth, body, mind, and spirit. Join us live this Sunday from 2 p.m. UK time. Free, online, and open to the world. HealingOurEarth.com. Agnihotra. The ancient Vedic fire that heals earth, body, mind, and spirit. Join us live this Sunday from 2 p.m. UK time. Free, online, and open to the world. HealingOurEarth.com. Agnihotra. The ancient Vedic fire that heals earth, body, mind, and spirit. Join us live this Sunday from 2 p.m. UK time. Free, online, and open to the world. HealingOurEarth.com. Agnihotra. The ancient Vedic fire that heals earth, body, mind, and spirit. Join us live this Sunday from 2 p.m. UK time. Free, online, and open to the world. HealingOurEarth.com. Agnihotra. The ancient Vedic fire that heals earth, body, mind, and spirit. Join us live this Sunday from 2 p.m. UK time. Free, online, and open to the world. HealingOurEarth.com. Agnihotra. The ancient Vedic fire that heals earth, body, mind, and spirit. Join us live this
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the lovely viewers of Healing Our Earth. I am Amrita Sharma, hosting today's episode. And with me also today, the host will be Dr. Ulrich Berg. And I welcome all the guests who are here today for the Agnihotra episode. The ancient fire, the fire that lights the whole earth, the universe, ignites ourselves, our inner mind, our soul. And to talk about more on that and to know more about what is Agnihotra, how it is done, what are the benefits, how it is performed, we will dive deep into the knowledge, essence, learning, and the bliss of this ancient fire. But before, let's start with a mantra. I'll be holding a sacred affirmation. You can hold any affirmation of your choice. With a smile on the face and also with a smile around, let's welcome Gillian and
Dennis,
our guests for the opening mantra. Over to you.
Hi everybody.
hello.
Welcome to Healing Our Earth event. I am Gillian, that is Dennis, and we are Agnihotra and aromatherapy teachers from the Netherlands.
Yes, before we're going to start this beautiful afternoon, and we can assure you it's going to be really beautiful, we're going to do a small mantra, and we want to ask you if you like it to join us with this mantra. And the mantra is called Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jai Ram the afternoon.
Enjoy.
Dr. Ulrich,
Yeah,
yeah, can you just stop sharing the screen and let me welcome you formally with
okay.
Global Namaste. A
Sorry.
very good afternoon. And that was a very beautiful song sung by both of our guests and a lovely affirmation as well. In fact, the energy and the power of the mantras, along with the sacred prayers and the kind of rituals we perform, has a great relevance in Agnihotra. And we bring that energy together that works with the subtle energy. And today, with this episode, you are an episode producer of this episode, and our guests are waiting, and also our viewers who really want to know what kind of energy this is, how it is performed, what all things are important, which timing is important, can it be done anytime? And even I have a lot of questions for you. But before that, I think you have something to share with all our viewers, giving an insight about Agnihotra. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Amrita, for the introduction. And thanks again to you and also to Nishit for organizing the whole event. It's a lot of work, I know that. And so today we will, that is our Agnihotra session, and actually it is the third one. First was in September 2025, and we had the session which was concentrate on how Agnihotra changes lives, the foundation of Agnihotra and Homa therapy, healing the body and human consciousness with fire, regenerating ecology and soil, youth, culture and conscious living, Homa farmings, and communities around the world. And in March, 1st of March this year, we had a session on healing earth, body, mind, and spirit. And today, the main focus is on the question, where did this ancient knowledge of Agnihotra come from, and how did it spread all over the planet? And so the first thing is, where did it come from? It was given by Parama Sadhguru Sri Gajanan Maharaj, and um, he made the vow to rejuvenate the Vedas, and as an important part, actually as the most important part of rejuvenation, the Vedas, he gave this small Agnihotra, which comes from the Vedic knowledge, but from a lost part of Vedic knowledge. And uh, and the main teacher was Srivasan Paranjape, and Srivasan Paranjape followed the command of his master in 1972, and he left India and went to US to carry this message of fivefold path and Agnihotra to each and every continent. And he traveled for more than 40 years to all the continents, and that was a total paradigm shift. He was not going to establish a new religion. Instead, he told people, become a better member of your own religion. And he did not teach philosophy. And he said, philosophy, it's not for our time, that is not important. Our planet is dying, so we should not discuss about philosophical questions. And we should just teach practical methods to heal the planet. And this was the Agnihotra mainly and some other methods. And whatever Srivasant did was just following the guidance of his master Sri Gajanan Maharaj. He was like Sri Gajanan Maharaj's outstretched arm, traveling the continents while Sri Gajanan Maharaj was sitting in Akkalkot and guiding and blessing him. The journey began in South India and the international travel started then in US. Srivasant inspired numberless people and some of those will speak today. The first session today will be on Srivasant's work in USA, followed by Europe, India, South America, and Australia. And before the final remarks, we will give an overview about the global Homa centers nowadays. So now we start with USA, and the first speaker, who is also coordinating this session on USA, is Lisa Powers. Lisa Powers is the editor of the International Satsang, which is a journal established by Srivasant many, many decades before, which gives the actual information on Agnihotra and Homa therapy. And she is from medicine in US, and also they have one important, very important center there where they perform Agnihotra all the time. So please, Lisa, take over.
Thank you, Ulrich. And I need to do a screen share. Let's see if we have permissions.
Dr. Ulrich, if you can make Lisa a co-host, she'll have the power.
I don't see that option.
Just see on the participant list on your Zoom, and then look for Lisa.
Yeah.
And then make her co-host. Also, every participant that comes in, you'll have to give them, ask them to unmute as well. Okay, let me help.
Okay, sorry.
It's fine. Go ahead, Lisa.
All right. Let's see. Oh. For some reason, this is not showing, and it should. Wow. Let's see if I can. If you can give me any advice about how to pull up the screen share.
Yeah, I've just allowed all participants to share. Try again.
It's that the tab is not showing. When I go for, I don't understand why it's not appearing because it's in.
Are you using two screens?
Let's see. Let me try. Let me try if I put it to slideshow view. Oh. Let me try it now. Ah, there it is. Okay.
Wonderful. We can see it.
Oh, it's showing. Okay. Okay, so on December 13th, 1970, Sri Gajanan Maharaj commanded Sri Vasant, carry our blissful words to the people of the world and to start the work from the US. Sri Vasant left India on June 20th, 1972 for New York to spread the message of the Fivefold Path. Sri Vasant had no contacts in the US. Just before leaving India, he got a message saying there was a place he could stay in New York for one day. Once in New York, he began moving through Central Park in New York City, giving impromptu talks on Fivefold Path. He went to poor areas, telling people about Agnihotra and meeting new people every day. People invited him to stay with them, but he would only stay one night anywhere. After about 6 weeks, he was invited to stay in Washington, D.C., where he continued in the same way. One day, he felt drawn to the St. Stephen and the Incarnation Episcopal Church. He met the pastor, Father Wendt, and told him about the new age to come and that people should be trained more in spiritual practices such as yoga and meditation. Father Wendt invited him to the Sunday service. After the service, a young woman came up to Sri Vasant and said in a strong voice, "It is the wish of Almighty that your stay in Washington will be long. All your arrangements will be made." And they were. Then Father Wendt asked Sri Vasant to share some things with the congregation about the Bible. Afterwards, Father Wendt asked where Sri Vasant lived. He said, "I don't know, because every night I go to stay with a new person." Father Wendt was shocked and asked, "How much money do you have?" Sri Vasant replied, $10. Father Wendt exclaimed to the congregation, "Look at the faith this man has in the divine. He has come halfway around the world with such immense faith that the divine would look after him. We should make living arrangements for him." So they did. Sri Vasant began teaching weekend classes in the church, and many members of the congregation benefited. During the week, Sri Vasant contacted other people in Washington, D.C., and introduced several different groups to the Fivefold Path. Just as a spark ignites a flame, so did Sri Vasant spark upliftment and enthusiasm in the people he met. He came to the U.S. knowing no one, but one by one, person to person, networks and groups formed, and the teachings spread further and further. Also, as people began to practice the Fivefold Path and Agnihotra, many Agnihotris had special spiritual experiences which fueled their energy and commitment. Sri Vasant always gave the Vedic teachings free of charge. He worked with a group of disturbed Vietnam veterans at the Walter Reed National Military Medical Center. After 1 month, the officer in charge of these veterans wrote to the church that Sri Vasant's program was the only one which had helped. One couple from the St. Stephen's congregation was so moved by Sri Vasant's teachings that they offered to donate a small property they owned in Madison, Virginia, for his work. On the land stood an old vacant farmhouse in rundown condition. This would later become the Paramadam Fire Temple. The house needed many repairs. Early Agnihotris volunteered to do the renovations. The money they needed for materials came easily, without anyone asking for it. On September 22nd, 1973, the Paramadam Fire Temple was inaugurated. In a fire temple, there is no priest and nothing is worshipped. On the altar is a copper pyramid, and in front of it is a second pyramid in which Agnihotra is done daily at sunrise and sunset. Silence is kept all the time in the temple except for the chanting of certain mantras and Sanskrit verses at specific times. On the upper floor was a room where Sri Vasant used to sleep while visiting. Sri Vasant continued meeting with various groups in the Baltimore, Washington area. One group of Agnihotris rented a house on the outskirts of Washington, D.C., where a strict discipline program to train Fivefold Path teachers began. After about 1.5 years, the venue shifted to a farm in Randallstown, Maryland. At the farm, some of these Agnihotra practitioners started a printing business, which would support the work of spreading the teachings and would publish Fivefold Path literature. The people working at the press rented apartments near the farm and dedicated many hours to this pioneering work. Many disciplines were observed at the press, such as regular meditation timings, vegetarian diet, hatha yoga, and periods of silence. Also in 1973, Sri Vasant became the founder-president of Fivefold Path Incorporated, a nonprofit organization established in Madison, Virginia. That same year, Maharaj Sri commanded Sri Vasant to start Satsang, a newsletter distributed free of charge. Satsang became an important vehicle for spreading the message of love thy neighbor through Agnihotra and Fivefold Path. Printing and mailing it was a huge job and considerable expense. Copies were sent all over the US and abroad. This continued for many years until internet access became common and satsang could be accessed online. On September 9th, 1978, a 24-hour round-the-clock Om Trambakam Yajna started at the farm. Agnihotra practitioners from the Baltimore, Washington area participated, taking turns maintaining the fire. An abundant Homa garden was also created near the Yajna and maintained by people working at the farm. Clearly, the Yajna atmosphere affected the plants. One year, herbs were observed growing up through the snow. This historic Yajna continued nonstop for 17 years until the owner sold the farm. Another picture of some more of the participants. In the 1970s, Srivasant traveled to nearly all the states of the US by car, accompanied by various people who practiced Agnihotra. He met with scientists, psychiatrists, medical professionals, and physicists, speaking in their language to explain the applications of Homa and its importance for healing the planet. He also visited yoga groups and spiritual centers. The travel was extremely economical. He and whoever was driving him would often stay in the homes of Agnihotris. When a ride was needed, someone would volunteer to drive. Again and again, whatever was needed by Srivasant to do the work was provided. Wherever he went, Srivasant inspired people so much that they were eager to learn and participate in spreading the teachings. Some Fivefold Path followers looked into producing Agnihotra copper pyramids here in the US, and a shipment of those pyramids was sent to Europe in the beginning days of Agnihotra there. Srivasant said of the many people from those early days of Agnihotra in the US, "We cannot list all the names of people past and present who have helped further our work, but we remember each and every person with all heart and are always grateful for each one of them." And next, Henry Gregory will be speaking about some more information on the early days of Agnihotra here in the US. His field, he particularly interacted with people in the field of mental health. Dr. Henry Gregory is a clinical psychologist. He has worked as a clinician, educator, trainer, consultant, and researcher in many areas such as substance abuse, HIV, AIDS, criminal justice, juvenile justice, child welfare, and many other aspects of mental health. So, welcome, Dr. Gregory. And please unmute your mic, Henry.
Okay, I think it's unmuted now. Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. So I'm Dr. Henry Gregory, a retired professor from the University of Maryland School of Nursing, where I taught in a doctoral program for psychiatric nurse practitioners. So where the journey for Agnihotra started for me was in 1974. I'm a young man from the inner city of Baltimore, and as I've recently gotten married, had a daughter, and I'm walking through my old neighborhood, and I run into an old friend that I knew from middle school, Dana Haskins. We call him Chandi. And he said, if you got a few minutes, would you want to come with me? I'm going to show you something. I said, okay. So he took me up by the racetrack where there was a health food store run by a Black couple, Ross and Noni Ford. And in the back of this health food store, they were doing this fire. Had never heard of it, never saw it, but I sat down with them and did this fire. And that was 52 years ago, and I haven't missed very many days since. It just grabbed me. It just grabbed me. I didn't know what it was, but I knew it helped to calm my anxiety. It helped me to feel more centered, and I wanted to know more about it. So at that point, they said there was a class that was happening at another of their friends' homes, a friend named Fred Clifton. Fred was a professor, retired professor from Yale University, And we would go to his house and he would give classes on Agnihotra. And that's where I learned how to do the process myself. And we met there regularly. And it became so nourishing that collectively we opened what was called the Powhatan Fire Temple in the city in Baltimore. The Powhatan Fire Temple, where Agnihotra was done in the morning, in the evening, and we had classes on yoga, mind training, all kinds of holistic stuff, subjects to help people be more healthy. So we're doing this, we're learning these new but indigenous ways of existing together. And then something becomes a little clear that many of us who were doing this were working in mental health. As I said, Fred had come from Yale, but he was now the executive director of what was called the East Baltimore Community Corporation. This was a community corporation that had substance abuse programs, mental health programs, programs for youth, all kinds of programs, and he was the executive director. Ross, who I didn't know at the time when I met him, was a social worker from Philly, graduate from University of Maryland. So together with those two, Richard Norman and some other folks who were in the community then doing the fire regularly, we formed what was called the Baltimore Family Life Center, where we started seeing private clients, seeing families, doing foster care work, substance abuse work, and lots of training with other agencies. And all of this was based on the principles of the fivefold path. Purification through yajnas, dana, sharing of assets in the spirit of humility, tapa, self-discipline, karma, right thought, right speech, and right action, and swadhyaya, self-study to understand one's purpose and how one can serve and be healthy while doing one's purpose. So we started incorporating all of that into our work at the Foundation of Mental Health. We actually developed some treatment models. One model was called enriched structural family therapy. Enriched structural family therapy. And that model was initially started by a Argentinian psychiatrist, Salvador Minuchin, who Ross's brother had worked with in Philly. We took his model and we added again some of the principles, attitudes of the fivefold path and made it more relational oriented. We added some parenting skills to it and a piece we called kinship love. Dr. Minuchin, once it was shown to him, he was very gratified that we had enriched the model that he had already started using and publicizing, working with families by using these principles that came from the fivefold path. We began training people all over the city, and in a few months, what happened? There were offshoots of our program all over the place. Within 10 years, there were 20 to 30 programs that were offshoots of the work that we were doing at the Baltimore Family Life Center. People that we supervised, people that we trained, people who came to our satsangs, who we influenced to become more humanistically focused and use these principles and skills to better their lives and the people that they worked with. And many of those programs still exist today. As a matter of fact, while my future wife Jeanette and we actually met at Baltimore Family Life, we branched off and we're doing what was called the Park Heights Family Counseling Center, a really neighborhood counseling center that people could come in and get services at any point. And we started doing that. And eventually, I took Ross's place at as a director of the East Baltimore substance abuse program, so he could start a new program called Family Guidance, where he was training family practitioners again, using the principles, using the attitudes, using the energy that came from these practices. Since then, we've been going and still go all over the United States, Africa, Caribbean, all over the place, training people in these models that we developed. The thing that seems most prevalent to me is what changes when you do this fire regularly is your energy. And people pick up on it. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. People pick up on it and become interested and want to know more, you know? So, and just by sharing with them what we had learned through Sri Vasant, initially through Fred Clifton, and that what we shared, they grew. They grew. One of the things I used to love that Sri Vasant used to say, he said, take this and be your own scientist. You don't have to look at what other researchers say. Do your own research. Do this process and see what effect it has in your life. Be your own scientist. And that kind of attitude that recognized everybody as having the potential to grow and to fulfill their own needs was invaluable. Matter of fact, one of the central things of all the models that we taught, that it's not about pathology. It's not about looking at what's wrong with people. It's about looking at what's right with people. In our system, the way it's currently made, want everybody to march in the same way and do the same thing to support the gross national product of those in charge. We say that however the divine made you that way for a reason, and you have something to contribute. So rather than looking at what's wrong with you, part of the main thing we learn from the fivefold path is to look at what's right with you. What do you bring to the party? What are your sensitivities, your focus, your skills, your perceptions? Because there's a place for you. We see that in schools. So many of the schools teach only using 2 of the 7 or 8 major intelligences. But if you can go to a private school sometime with smaller classes, they will use all of the intelligences. That's what we get from the fivefold path, that everybody has what they need. We just need to recognize it, validate it, support it. Idam namama, not my will, but thy will be done. Okay. Was that my time? My time is my time. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Henry Gregory. And next, we have Parvati Rosen Bisberg, who is presently at Eco Village Brugu Aranya in Poland. Parvati is probably well known to many people in this audience. She is an author of several books. She is one of our senior homotherapy teachers. She has traveled extensively in regards to homotherapy, and especially in Europe with the Yoga Meditation for Children program and much more. So, and one of the founders of the Eco Village Brugu Aranya community. And she is going to share some more, since we're talking about Agnihotra in the early days. She's going to share the testimony, which was written by the late Stuart Masil, who traveled extensively with Sri Vasant in those early days of spreading Agnihotra in the U.S.
Oh my God. Okay. I have to, okay. So when Sri Vasant first went to United States, he gave a lot of talks at the farm. There was a farm where a lot of people worked, and with Agnihotra Press. And the first time he met him, he said he met a lot of different teachers that had come and gone, but he was mesmerized when he met Sri. Everyone was quiet and still and appeared to be charged full of light. His energy was like no other teacher that had been there. And he set up mind training programs, and that were taught by Sri Vasant. And he also taught yoga, hatha yoga, and he writes, all the classes were given free. To this day, there's no charge for teaching Agnihotra and other elements of Fivefold Path. Sri Vasant's sense of humor and intuitive library kept the classes interesting and lively and very rewarding for all the participating students. We finally found a teacher who could bring all those high spiritual teachings down to earth. To this day, when I'm reading over old class notes, I am amazed at the depth and power of the knowledge given. This was not just philosophy, it was practical. Validation often came in the form of visions and dreams and intuitive awareness, quite overwhelming for the average seeker. Since most of those experiences are reserved for books from about famous yogis, but all of a sudden we're all having these incredible experiences, dreams and visions, and it was phenomenal. I would privately explain my dreams to Sri Vasant, but he never really commented directly on the dreams. Instead, he would start talking about intensifying one's spiritual progress. There was no promoting of phenomena or miracles, even though many of us were taught we're having new, enhanced, intuitive, and spiritual experiences. Sri Vasant would quietly validate our experiences and dreams, but cautioned us not to get too attached to such things. A trap for the ego. When Sri spoke to people, it was the energy field seemed to draw everyone into it with vibrant auras. While in Sri's presence, I personally experienced a heightened perception and clarity. My intuition became clearer. Sri Vasant was a true sannyasi, unattached to world pulls, material gain, hunger, or comfort. We would often drive from one meeting to the next with very little or no money, just enough for gas. He did not take money or gifts from people, but once in a while he would accept donations for gas. He never complained about the lack of food, comforts, or money. Sri Vasant was totally focused on the divine and often mentioned how all our needs would be fulfilled. It was a blissful experience. The daily events were jam-packed with teachings. Oh, one time we went to, we were in Germany, and Parvati's visa had to be extended. And normally the visa could not be extended, not possible, because I had just come back from India, and they insisted that, my time was up, But Sri Vasant said, I will go into the building, and he was ushered in. And after some time, he came out with a big smile on his face, and the visa had been granted. But it was because upon entering the room, the official saw Sri Vasant, and he immediately thought of Swami Samartha, known as the Akalkot Swami, who was a saint who lived some 800 years before. Swami was the first in the lineage of Akalkot gurus. And the two men had a nice talk, and he walked out with my visa.
Okay, Parvati, thank you. Thank you.
Stu was a very devoted follower of Sri and loved him very much.
Thank you. We'll hear more of you later on. Now let's go on to Europe. And this segment covers the early European development of Agnihotra, including Germany and especially Poland, and includes sensitive historical material related to concentration camps and healing work there. So the first speaker in this session will be Monika Koch. She is a pharmacist and met Srivasant in the early days, and she will talk about the first meetings and then also about the development of Agnihotra ash medicines.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm very happy to talk about my first meetings with Sri Vasant. In May 1974, I met him for the first time in the house of a friend. And it was interesting. This friend was 1 year ago on visit in India, and a not known man came to him and told him he will meet one of the most highest masters who are living actually on the planet, and described him a special situation that he will recognize when he will meet this high master. And this, my friend told me, the very first moment when he met Sri Vasant was exactly this situation, which was already told him in advance 1 year ago, to understand that this person is one of the holiest masters living on the planet in the moment. So I already had an idea about this special meeting when we go there for the first time. And Sri Vasant told her he was exactly described to first go for Europe to the Lake of Constance, because he is coming to continue vibrations from prehistorical time. So this was very interesting that he told this immediately in the beginning. He arrived in Amsterdam from the United States, and he told when he would like to have masses of people to talk to, then of course Hamburg would be most closest big town to Amsterdam to go there. But he was instructed to go for the first time in Europe, to go first to the Lake of Constance, to start here with his mission, and so he did. It was so wonderful to listen to him, how he explained Agnihotra and the details. And so I started immediately to think, oh, I want to try this Agnihotra fire. But in this very first moment, there were no pyramids available, actually, in Germany. So I tried my very first Agnihotra in a cooking pot because I had nothing else to burn in. And it was so great that we immediately phoned to the United States to please send us these pyramids by airship, that we can immediately start a correct Agnihotra in the correct pyramid, because all of the detailed ingredients should be, of course, correctly. And so we did, and received the great benefit of this wonderful fire. And so the information spreads very quickly. There were set up classes in different towns, all free of charge, where Sri Vasant was able to explain Agnihotra, and more people like to start it and to experience it. And so this was the beginning for Europe of many, many different classes. In the meantime, as I'm a pharmacist, I was thinking about how to make use of the Agnihotra ash. Sri Vasant explained the wonderful benefits of the Agnihotra fire itself. And because the ingredients there are so special, like the pyramid, the timings, the mantra, etc., to me immediately came the idea, this ash of this fire must be very healing. Because of my profession, I knew already that in old healers' books, there were already described healing effects of special ashes from certain trees. So I thought this very special ash should be even more healing than the ash of a fire with wood of a tree. And so we started trials with simple diseases like on skin diseases and cord, etc. And it proved always very healing. And so we were encouraged to do even more trials, and also to tell it to certain friends, because here and there, there are diseases who do not want to be cured with a regular school medicine, and people are desperate because they find no health again. So I started to make different preparations with the ash, with the Agnihotra ash, and people tried it and were happy when they got healing again. And so it spread further and further and further. And as I came to know that not everybody has the idea how to make use of his own Agnihotra ash for his own health, therefore I started to write down several possibilities, what everybody can do at home, like a folk medicine. And this is available in the internet as well as a little book. So everybody can look on this little book, Homotherapy, the Ancients Healing. And everybody can make use every day and night as soon as any medicinal problem arises. There are also different websites already, not only my own, homotherapy.de, but also therapiahoma.com, where, for example, you can find the effects of the Agnihotra ash in point of healing. There are described different diseases and different ways of how you can make use of your own Agnihotra ash. And so many people have made the experience that this is really a wonderful folk medicine who everybody can make use of at home without any special other instruments or something. You only can give the Agnihotra ash to a sieve and have a fine Agnihotra ash powder, which you can use like a medicinal substance as powder for the skin, or mixed with water to drink, or mixed with ghee, like an ointment. And so with different easy available things, you can help yourself, and you can find the details in the internet or in this little book. So it is available for everybody to make help himself because of the Agnihotra ash.
Okay, Monica, thanks a lot for telling about the beginning of Sri Vasant's travels in Europe and about the development of Agnihotra ash. Now we continue. We are 3 minutes late, so I have to go a little bit fast now. Uh-huh. Uh, that is interesting.
You're sharing your screen.
Yeah, I try to, but in the moment, things don't go well. Do you see it now?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. So that is about Agnihotra spreading in Germany and Europe. And how I met the whole thing, it was I went to India in 1980 after starting Agnihotra in beginning 79. And I met Srivasant in Pune. And when we met, we went together to Shivapuri also to meet Sri Kachana Maharaj. He mentioned that he was going to Europe again soon, and I offered, okay, I still had some holidays, so I could travel with him. So I traveled to many, many places throughout of Europe. And when we were in Italy, he said, oh, there should be some information center in Germany about Agnihotra. I said, yeah, good idea. Then next day he said the same thing. I again said, good idea. And the third time he said that, I realized, oh, he thinks I should do it. So yeah, within 3 months, we bought a house in Radolfzell, that is in southern Germany, close where Monika Koch lives. You see the house. And we started a Homa center there. And it was inaugurated by Srivasant, who came often to Germany at that time. Monika Koch and Bertolt Jehle helped a lot in creating this center, and later on Susanne Berg joined. Srivasant suggested regular women's meeting on Thursdays, which Monika Koch and Susanne Berg led for several years. And also we had a 24 hours Triambakam Yatna, which started on 24th of August 1987. It was going on for more than 2 years, nearly 2.5 years. And from 1980, the Radolfzell Homa Center was the base of Srivasant's travels in Europe for many years. And he traveled to many, many places besides visiting countries in Western Europe like Netherlands, Belgium, Italy, France, Spain, England, Denmark, Sweden, and Finland. He also went to several countries in Eastern Europe, Yugoslavia, Hungary, and what is now Czech Republic, but especially to Poland. The first trip to Eastern Europe was to Poland in 1981. There were two guys from Austria, Roland Heschel and Klaus Wilhelm, who had been there in 1980, and they met Lech Stefański, the president of the Psychotronic Society of Poland. And Lech Stefański invited Srivasant to come to a conference which was to be held in next year. And in these days, Poland was under strong communist control. Also, the economic situation was extremely difficult. For example, there was not much food in the shops, and if people wanted to buy butter, it was on ration only. So people who then started Agnihotra, all the family helped together, put these ration cards together so that butter could be bought enough to make the ghee. And also it was punishable to publish any literature. And so any literature on Agnihotra had to be printed underground. And but people did it. They translated and printed it themselves. And Srivasant traveled the first time in 1981 with Ulrich Berg. And the conference was organized by the Psychotronic Society of Warsaw with participants from Poland and all over Eastern Europe. And they used the label psychotronics because that was acceptable to the communist regime. Otherwise, otherwise alternative things would not have been allowed. So this conference was a big conference. Around 700 people attended, and normally in conference, people are all over. But when we started Agnihotra, all people came into the room. And when we performed the fire, it was total science, total science, which is very exceptional for such a conference. Always people are chatting. And then after we had performed Agnihotra, so many people raised their hands and said, oh, we measured this, we measured that. All people had their pendulums or dowsing rods. And main thing is, they said the number of negative ions has increased so much, they couldn't believe it. And negative ions are an indicator of fresh air, of very positive air. And after Shivasant's talk, then, and after Agnihotra, people got so much interested. And so the organizer of the event, Lech Stefański, said, okay, we will have another one. And so the next one was in the Pałac Kultury i Nauki, at that time, the largest, biggest building in Warsaw. It was a present of Stalin. And so we had one meeting there. Approximately 200 people came, and we explained about Agnihotra, the details and so on. And so many people were interested to actually start. So we had another meeting next day in the same building, and we taught all the mantras and so on. We gave as many copper pyramids which we had so that people could start. One thing is interesting. At the end of such a meeting, one person came and he said he would like to start a healing center. Srivasant had explained, for a healing center, you perform Agnihotra in one place, and additionally 4 hours of Triambakam yajna, and full moon day, no moon day, 24 hours. And we said, okay, that is nice. I did not believe that he would actually do something, because often people say, I want to do that, and then nothing happens. But next year, when I came to Poland again, then I was invited to that town that was Bydgoszcz in north of Poland. And they had actually created such a place. They had one room for that healing center where Agnihotra was performed, regular Triambakam was performed, and organizing these yajnas was Maria Kalisz, who is now member of the Pugarania Healing Center in Poland. One interesting incident happened when we were in Sopot, which is next to Gdańsk, again in the north of Poland at the Baltic Sea. One lady started a healing center there, and she was really depressed and said she can't stand this oppressive political climate anymore. And she asked Srivasant, okay, when will this communist regime finally collapse? And Srivasant said, soon. And she insisted, okay, soon, what do you mean? How many years? And he said, 4 years. I was shocked. How can he make such a prediction? Because you never know. And I didn't believe it because the Soviet Union was very strong at that time still. But exactly after 4 years, in 1989, the Soviet Union collapsed, and it was exactly as he had said, that communism was collapsing, and new elections were made, and Solidarność, the opposition movement won these elections. One other thing is, because interest in Poland increased so much, we thought it would be good to have one specific Homa center there. So we created one Homa farm, we called it Agni Farm, in the west of Poland. And this is the building. You say it's a small house and some workshops, and then also there's a barn and a cowshed. And this we bought, and here you see we had some bees also. At the beginning, Richard Brezina from Bydgoszcz, the man who started the first Homa Healing Center in Poland, he was running it for some time. And later in 1991, Jarek Bitzberg, who came back from Australia to his home country, Poland, took over. Maria Kalisz from Bydgoszcz also joined. Now both are in Pogoranja. And later on, Parvati Rosen, now Rosen Bitzberg, visited several times to conduct the yoga and meditation for children program. So that was about Poland. That was really a big movement there in Poland. Whenever I came, I was astonished how many people come to the meetings and how many people want to start Agnihotra and actually started Agnihotra. So then also a production of Agnihotra pyramids started there. Okay, other countries, just briefly, Yugoslavia in Istria, there was Dr. Haber, a physicist, who helped a lot to understand the mechanisms of Agnihotra. He was invited to India, and I went together with him. And in India, he asked Sri Gajanan Maharaj to give him knowledge. Sri Gajanan Maharaj did not answer directly, but later he told Sri Vasant that he would give him knowledge through dreams. And so it happened. And especially Dr. Haber examined the Agnihotra ash for radioactivity, because he says now nearly everything is radioactive. But he set up a special experiment and found out even if the ingredients which you use for preparing Agnihotra, like the cow dung or the ghee, has some radioactivity, the resulting ash does not have. And therefore, he suggested that we always take some Agnihotra ash, especially before food, so then the body can take all the microelements like iodine from the Agnihotra ash, which is not radioactive. And later on, if we eat our normal food, which may contain radioactive elements, this will just go through the body and will not harm us. So I was traveling to many countries, also Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Romania, to teach Agnihotra and Fivefold Path. And one thing was interesting, because in the Baltic countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, the Christianity came rather late. That means they preserved their old customs, and in these old Baltic traditions, they had special fire techniques. So when I went there and when I was teaching Agnihotra, I gave a mantra class, and when I uttered the Agnihotra mantras, somebody said, "Oh, you say Prajapati Swaha. This is from our language." And I said, "What do you mean by your language?" "It is from Sanskrit." And said, "Yeah, we have the same word Prajapati in our language, and that means Lord of Creation or beginning." And that was very interesting, because it shows that in all these countries, there are Sanskrit words, like, for example, also Agni in Sanskrit, Agon in Russian, Ugnish in Polish, and so on. And one thing, they took me to an old place outside of Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania. And there, until not so long ago, these ancient fire rituals have been performed. And at that place, I performed the Viruti Homa and some Triamakam, and it felt like I was connecting strongly to the energy of these old fires which had been there in ancient times, and the power of which had been lying dormant there. It was like a reconnection of the old energy with the new energy of this Agnihotra fire. That is about Eastern Germany, the beginning of Eastern Germany. Later on, after Agni farm was closed down, there was a new place there, Pogarania, and about that, Jarek and Parvati Bitzberg will talk more. And so now, that is just one moment. Okay, so now over to Jarek Bitzberg and Parvati Rosenbitzberg. They are the founders of this Homa Center in Poland, Pogoarania. Parvati comes from US, and she was a teacher over there, and was one of the first people performing Agnihotra in US. She was part of the farm where they had the 24 hours yanya. Jarek Bitzberg came originally from Poland, but he was living in Australia. He had started a blueberry Agnihotra farm over there in Australia. And then in 1991, he came back to Poland, to his home country first managing the Agni farm, and then later on moved on to Bogorania, and he and his wife, they started together this Homa farm, Pugo Aranya, which is now an international center. Many people come there, and both of them and all the Pugo Aranya people, they are constant participants of these Healing Our Earth episodes. So over to you.
Okay. We're not prepared to share the screen. How do we share the screen?
There is a share screen at the bottom. Normally there is a button saying share screen.
Oh dear, I don't know how to get this out.
Okay, we did a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Hopefully we can make it work.
Yeah, we didn't have time to organize it, but we will make it work somehow. Shared screen, here we go.
Wow.
Is the screen being shared now? Can somebody tell me?
Nope.
Not yet.
You have to
No,
say,
you have to select the, yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yes.
Working.
yes.
okay, go ahead.
You can increase the size, make it full screen.
Again, this is Shri Vasan. Okay.
Is that big enough size?
Perfect.
No, it's a fine, yeah.
Right, okay.
This was at Agni Farm in Dachau, the first Homa farm, Agni farm, which was started by Ulrich, and Maria Kalish was living there.
Well, she came to live there when I moved there in beginning of 91, spring 91. Ulrich brought me there, and this shows her doing children's workshops, which came later on because we don't have all the early photos of Agni Farm Dachau. And a lot of people came there to learn Agnihotra, and a lot of people came there to learn about Homa farming and experience. In those days, it was quite new, so a lot of people were very interested in meeting Shri and meeting myself and Ulrich when Ulrich was there, and Monica when she was there. She gave a medicine workshop
Monica
there.
Koch.
Monica Koch, that is, who you saw earlier. And so this was the very first proof demonstration which showed people how wonderful homotherapy farming is, how it can easily transform the land, because the land itself was very dry and very sandy, and it was not easy to grow anything ecologically and organically. So we showed how this was possible there. And then where Parvati came, that's the next slide. Can everybody see the slides okay? Yeah? Okay, good. And Parvati came to Poland because she was sent by Sri. You can talk about how you came to Poland.
Yeah, so I was living in the States, and I was told that I would be going to Chile and Poland that year. It came in a meditation. And then suddenly, out of the blue, I get this invitation to Los Andes, Chile. And then I get this invitation from Yarek and Maria to come to Poland. So it was really timely. So I planned to come. I think I came in 1993. And go back to the teaching. No.
Oh, the teaching? Okay.
Oh, well.
That's it. That's the
He
teaching.
skipped it.
No, that is the teaching.
This.
Oh, this? Okay.
Okay. So this was one of the first meetings that we had. We gathered a whole lot of people. I never met such wonderfully enthusiastic people. There were never any workshops in Poland back at the time. Now it's like a whole festival of workshops, but then there wasn't. And they were so enthusiastic to learn alternative ways to teach children, to share with children, and my program included yoga, meditation, mandala drawing, stories, and of course, Agnihotra. And it was really eye-opening for many of the teachers. There were teachers, pedagogues, parents, and then later I also taught workshops for children. In the beginning, I was teaching mainly training teachers. And it was wonderful, and it was inspired by Sri Vasant. And what I wanted to say is that when you start on a spiritual path, you don't have to give up anything, all your gifts. The divine can make use of every gift that you have. I was a teacher. I loved children. They made use of every gift that I had. And it was very inspiring. And Sri loved children very much. And he loved that we were able to reach them, because they're our future. So these were in Dahu, in the first farm.
Well, not just Dachau, they were also in other places.
We taught yoga and meditation all over Poland, in all the teachers' colleges and rehab centers. It was incredible. We were on television and radio and newspapers. They didn't have anything like that. And we would be at one place and they would call us to come to another place. And it was kind of overwhelming, but it was wonderful. The fire went all over Poland,
And I forgot to mention that while at Dachau, at Agni Farm, Maria and I set up the Homotherapy Foundation for Poland, so that we could translate and publish, first of all, Parvati's book, Yoga and Meditation for Children in Polish, and then all the other books, and also
Shri's book.
Shri's books, Homotherapy, Our Last Chance, and Light Towards Divine Path, of course, translated in Polish. and also give classes in official places which required a lot of official bureaucracy and so on. So that all happened in Dachau, in that area, and then Parvati and I moved to Krakow and started working in Krakow and started working all over Poland. And what happened was she, through Shri and through her connection and guidance that she receives from Shri and from, she can talk about that, got the guidance to look south of Krakow for a place to start up an Agni farm and a homotherapy center where people can come and learn and continue learning and so on and so forth. And so we went south and we found this dilapidated old house
with no electricity and no running water.
Yeah. And well, you can tell the story.
We were pioneers.
Yeah, how we found this.
Well, this was the instruction to go at least an hour south of Krakow, and this is exactly that. And when we had, that was the first place we saw, and we loved it. We loved the energy of the place. But we continued for 1 year looking all over the south of Poland. And then Shri contacted us and said, we're coming to Warsaw, and he gave us the time and the day, and it was in a few days. So we quickly drove out to what is now Brugorania, and we arrived there close to sunset. We had to walk part of the way because it was a real old dirt road with holes in it. So we walked down into the forest below Brugorania, and there was a clearing there, and we started to do Agnihotra. And back then there were no people around. It was very quiet. So we did Agnihotra, and I sent up a call, look, if this is the right place, please give us a sign. And then it was incredible, because as soon as the fire was lit and the mantras were spoken, out of the whole area in the clearing, I had a vision of these divine, these nature spirits, which was like devas, like ethereal beings, and they were coming close to the fire, and they stood there until the fire was out. And I was thinking, well, this must be it. And then they backed away like this. They didn't turn their back to the fire. They backed away. And that was all the sign we needed. The very 2 days later, I think, or the next day, we went to see, to go pick up Sri Vasant, who had landed in Warsaw. And we were shocked to see the first thing he said when he landed was, "Where is Jordan?" And this place, Brugorania, is located a few kilometers up the hill from the village of Jordanov, which is in English is Jordan.
We have 4 minutes left. We don't have much time left. We just made a note. Okay, so the next thing that happened, because we're running out of time, is we got married in this old dilapidated house. Shri married us. And then everybody came there into one room. That was very interesting. We had a Vedic wedding there. Then we continued our work with Shri. As you can see, in the winter, more and more people arrived. There's Ulrich and me behind Shri. And we're teaching Shri. Shri is teaching people in the house because we renovated the house. And this shows how Shri is doing Agnihotra with us in the house. And of course, Brugorania continues to develop. This was the beginning of Brugorania. It's the beginning of our gardening there and our produce. And of course, Suindi will show more of Bulgaria. So now we come to, because we're running out of time, we come to this.
Concentration camps. Shri was concentrating on healing the wounded places. And we began this work in Poland. It continued in other countries also. But this was, we went to all the camps, and this one is in Auschwitz. This is Rainer Shipyard, who was a very devoted person. And he was standing with Shri in front of the wall of death. We went behind the wall of death where they shot the prisoners. We went behind the wall of death, and there we did a Viruti Homa. And Shri was concentrating on doing a lot of different mantras. It was very powerful. And when we finished, we walked around the building, and we were walking toward the front, and I had this feeling to turn around, and I turned around, and I had this vision of all these people who were bowing, saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," to all of us. "Thank you, thank you." And while I was seeing that, Shri was quite a bit ahead of me, wheeled in the wheelchair, and he said, "Many souls were released today. Many souls were freed today." At the same time I was seeing them. It was a very powerful experience. Shri had such powerful compassion. At each camp, he had
left.
Tears rolling down his face.
1 minute left.
We continued the work.
This is Shri in Bulgaria while he was staying there. As you can see, that when somebody took a photograph, it showed all the fires on the map on the wall, which is quite an interesting shot.
It was from the camera, but
from the camera, yeah. And then here we are doing the work at Bulgaria, and also
children's workshops
in festivals and all over Poland. We did festivals and classes. Then we also did some activations at certain rivers that Shri took us to,
where rivers met in Wrocław.
Yeah. To cleanse the energy there, and to activate it, and the work continues.
And this is the temple, Parshuram temple, and this is a film man came and he took this picture.
Yeah, he was from the magazine,
and he saw the fire. He saw the angel in the fire, and he said, "That's it. I want to buy a pyramid."
Yeah, he was the photographer for the journalist who came to do an article.
Yeah.
So he was quite taken back. That's it. That's the last shot now.
Yeah.
Just right on time. We got 30 seconds over.
So Shri is no longer is within the body, but the fire. He still teaches us. I can't read it.
The fire still, yeah. He's people are still coming here, and Shri's work in Poland is still unfolding. That's basically it.
And his presence is very powerful still.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot, Parvati and Jarek. So now, can you please stop the screen share? Okay. Now, next thing is Monica Wakefield will read a paragraph of The Messenger of the Sacred Fire book, which was written by Karin. Karin could not come. It is on radioactivity after Chernobyl, which is very important. So please, Monica, go ahead. You have to oh, we don't hear you.
Okay, it's unmuted.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
No, it's
okay. Okay. Okay, Karen writes, at the time of Chernobyl nuclear accident, in 1986, we had a farm in Austria which was run on homotherapy guidelines. Our farm was located 40 kilometers east of Graz in a village called Kirchberg an der Raab. After the government had informed the public about the accident, they also came forward with some regulations for farmers. Every farmer who was supplying milk was asked to bring a sample of that milk and a sample of fodder to the nearest control station so that the scientists could test for the degree of radioactive pollution. The scientist asked us to come down to the control station as there was some confusion about our milk samples. Our milk and fodder samples showed only the normal level of radioactivity, while similar samples from surrounding area farms showed very high radioactivity. We were also supplying our vegetables to an organic food store in the city. Here again, all vegetables were tested, and ours were the only ones which showed normal level of radioactivity. The scientists told us that after Chernobyl accident, these results were actually impossible. They asked what special things we were doing on the farm. I told the scientists that we were doing Agnihotra pyramid fire, as well as 4 hours of Om Trimbakam Homa. In addition, on full moon and new moon days, we also did 24 hours of yajna and mantras. Of course, we used Agnihotra ash in all our farming. However, the scientists could not comprehend what we were talking about, and even though they had the results in their hands. At that time, I did not realize the great significance of these results, and now I know.
Okay, thank you, Monica. That was very important. A pity that at that time Karin did not realize how important that finding was. Later on, we did some experiment and could confirm by scientific studies that Agnihotra and Agnihotra ash is removing the radioactivity. Okay, now next will be Barry Ratner from Bulgaria also. Barry is psychologist and he's from USA originally, but now lives in Bulgaria, Poland, also like several other people who are present here. Barry, please unmute and read your part. You're muted.
Not anymore.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to read also from Messenger of the Sacred Fire. You had seen about 3 minutes ago Rainer Shipure in standing in back of Vasant, who was in the wheelchair at Auschwitz. And Rainer was living in Turkey for a long time, in Izmir. And this is what Messenger of the Sacred Fire says about Rainer in Turkey. Srivasan had asked Rainer to meet him in Istanbul. They traveled by bus to Truva, Troy, on the coast. They went to a particular location, which was an archaeological site, though still quite accessible then. At one particular place, Srivasan stopped and said, quote, "Here is a perfect example of how pure yajna degenerated into yajna with flesh and blood offerings." That is a very important quote for what we do and why we do it. Because when Sri Gajanan took the vow to resuscitate the Vedas and Agnihotra came out of that, it was the first time in thousands of years that yajna was done in a ahimsa manner, no killing. There was a small building and a sign which read, Ibadat Yeri, place of worship. A little below, there was another small structure, and the sign read, Korban Yeri, place of animal sacrifice. Now, this word korban is interesting because the same word exists in the Hebrew language. And it's generally translated as meaning sacrifice, like technically yadnya is. But the literal root of that word is to draw near or to bring close to higher power, to God. And that's very similar to what Sri Vasant used to say when we would say that Agnihotra was not a religion and that it could be practiced by people who belong to any religion or no religion, because the root of the word religion in Latin has to do with religioso, which is to tie or to bind humans to God. So very similar meaning of korban and religion, if you will. Ibadat Yeri, the place of worship, had been kept pure. All animal sacrifices for yajna were done in the structure below it. Sri Vasant wanted to do one Purusha Sukta yajna on top of the structure of Ibadat Yeri, the place of worship. He climbed up to the top, told Reiner to watch for anyone coming nearby. If someone appeared to be approaching the place, Reiner was to give a sign to Sri Vasant. As soon as Sri Vasant lit the homa fire and chanted the mantras, he said that he could feel the presence of Lord Dattatreya under the nearby tree. Without a doubt, this site had been an ancient place of yajna. Today, this ancient site is fenced off by the archaeological department, and no one is allowed to enter the area. Had Sri Vasant and Reiner gone there later, they would have been refused entry. This shows how things have to be done exactly within the allotted time period. Speaking of which, am I still in my allotted time period?
No, you're over.
I'm over.
Yeah.
That's a disgrace. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barry, and thank you for stopping. So, yeah, now we are entering to the next session, which is on India. And this session focuses on Maheshwar Shivapuri and some archival photos. So for the first contribution is by Lisa Powers, whom you already know, about the early days in Kharagpur. Yeah.
We doing a screen share. Okay. Okay. Is that showing?
Yes.
Okay. Sri Vasant was commanded to take the Vedic knowledge to all people around the world. With his boundless compassion, he was deeply concerned that these teachings reach the poor. As part of that work, outreach was conducted to the scheduled castes in India. Members of the scheduled castes performed heavy labor and had difficult lives. At the time, alcoholism was a devastating problem in some of these communities. These people already had so little money to live on, and if the father spent the monthly or bi-monthly wages on alcohol, which was expensive there at the time, this was catastrophic for the family. Starting around 1975, several people from the US and other Western countries and Abai Paranjape, Sri Vasant's son, started outreach in these communities and Kharagpur in West Bengal. Kharagpur was the birthplace of Sri Gajanan Maharaj, who revived Agnihotra and Fivefold Path for modern times. The work began by teaching Agnihotra to children. This had a profound impact. People experienced the healing, stress-relieving effects of Agnihotra, and some of the fathers stopped drinking, which greatly improved the family's lives. Children's classes were held, which consisted of some songs, games, a story that would have a moral or a teaching such as truth or sharing, and teaching and performing Agnihotra. The children were absolutely delighted. Their schoolhouse was a mud brick building with a corrugated metal roof and a chalkboard. There was no chalk, no books, or teaching materials of any kind. I had brought a large box of crayons with me, and we purchased paper in the town. The children considered it a great treat to be able to draw with crayons. We also prepared and distributed Agnihotra ash home remedies in these communities. The results were recorded. In every case, there was some improvement, and in many cases, there were complete cures, even one case which had been diagnosed by a doctor as cancer. In one instance, we gave the ash remedies to the mother of a baby who had many sores on the skin and even inside the mouth. When we returned a few weeks later, the healing was so complete that I didn't even recognize the child at first. A fire temple was established in one of these communities and was maintained for many years. No moon and full moon yajnas were also performed when possible, with the children participating. Sri Vasant had said that some highly spiritually developed souls had taken birth in these communities, and I could easily believe it. Sometimes in the fire temple, I was amazed at how such young children could sit still in meditation for very long periods of time, or sitting still for the no moon and full moon yajnas. This outreach went on for about 3 years. These communities embraced the work and continued the practice of Agnihotra and maintained the fire temple for a number of years. Special thanks to Abai Paranjape. He served as a bridge between East and West, explaining customs and procedures, translating, making arrangements, and much more. At all times, he was a shining example of discipline and service. It was a great privilege to be a part of this work and truly practice love thy neighbor as thyself.
Okay, thanks a lot, Lisa, for this talk about the beginning in Karakter. And now the next thing will be again Barry talking about Shivapuri and early work there about Akakot and so on.
Okay, I am audible, yes?
You are,
Okay.
and you have 5 minutes.
TK. So, I got to India in May of 1979. I didn't realize at the time that I wouldn't leave for 6 years. And within 10 minutes of getting there, well, no, I think I was one night in Pune. Within 10 minutes of getting to Akalkot, I was sitting on the ground with a few other Americans and some other people eating ice cold mango pulp, even though it was 40 degrees outside centigrade, like 104 degrees Fahrenheit. So I said to myself, this is not going to be so bad, this India thing. Cold mango pulp, regardless of the temperature. Just quickly, 1993, that's 14 years later, I met Sri Vasant at a special gathering near Tapawan in Maharashtra. And as soon as I went into his room, he whispered to me, there were other people in the room. He said, that box in the corner is for you, Barry, the mangoes. So my trip started with mangoes and it continues because Ulrich brought me some back about 4 months ago. Now, Akalkot, where the mutt was, M-A-T-H, eventually, you might say, was relocated in a sense, perhaps energetically, to Shivpuri. And Shivapuri is about, let's say, 6 kilometers from Akalkot. And what's important about Shivapuri initially was that for the first time in 2,000 years, a Soma Yug was done, and it was, of course, ahimsak, without the killing of anything, animals or anything else. this is important to the whole movement because we were taught that when the Buddha came to the planet, flesh and blood yajnas were being done everywhere with terrible consequences. So the Buddha basically had two choices, as it was explained to me. He could tell people to do these yajnas properly without animal sacrifice, or he could tell everybody to just stop doing yajnas. And that's what he chose to do, the second choice. So yajnas were not done. And then 2,000 years later, in Shivapuri, under the guidance of Sri Gajana Maharaj, the Soma Yug was done. Sri Vasant asked us to have 7 Soma Yugs done at Maheshwar Goshala on the banks of the Narmada River. And those 7 Soma Yugs, each one being slightly different from the other, were done from 2007 to 2017. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty much the highlight of Shivapuri Akalkot. I lived in those 6 years. I stayed 2 or 3 years at Shivapuri, or at Akalkot mostly, and then a few years in Pune at the university. I was studying my PhD in psychology at the University of Pune, and I was studying the effects of Agnihotra on stress and depression and drug addiction. And to this day, I still do that, along with my practice in Eco-Village Brugorania in Poland. So it all ties together very nicely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Barry, for telling your experience about India and the beginning over there. Now, the next thing will be Karina Suvindi talking about Bruce and Anne, who were very important persons for the work in India. And you have 7 minutes, Karina.
So, first of all, I would like to say that this short summary of the life and works of Anne Godfrey and Bruce Johnson is in no way indicative of the scope of their work in India or on our planet. They carried Shri's teachings to countless people and were, along with many of the speakers today, including my parents and my community members, my mentors, and the reason I do Agnihotra and have committed myself to Shri's teachings and to carrying on his legacy. I am forever grateful. Rest in peace, Bruce, and know that your life's work touched the hearts of many. So I'm going to share my screen now. Tell me if you can see the screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Shri Vasant was an integral part of Anne and Bruce's work. He inspired them to pursue a path of service, of teaching, of compassion. Anne's work and natural design skills helped to beautify the world around her wherever she went. She touched the world with gorgeousness and her magical Annie touch. Bruce kept the place lively with his satire, jokes, and total devotion to truth. He never strayed from saying what he meant. Shri gifted purpose and guidance to both Anne and Bruce. He touched their lives with love and wisdom, He gave them the drive to create incredible feats. On a personal note, Anne and Bruce gave me the incredible opportunity to start my life in the spirit of service in India, and later encouraged me to live in Poland at Bruguaranya, where I still live today. The work Anne did with Rose Circles movement touched me deeply and pushed me into a much more positive phase of my life. Their work was always alongside their devotion to Sri Gajanan Maharaj and Sri Vasant. Their hearts were touched by great masters who helped them to walk the spiritual path and devote themselves to service and the teachings of Fivefold Path. Amongst the beauty they brought into the world was moving to India and creating Tapavan's rich, wild landscape and preparing for hundreds of guests to arrive at Maheshwar Goshala in the wake of Somayags, along with their talented son, Aaron Kidd. They also taught hundreds of guests who flowed in and out of Bruce's office about homotherapy and Agnihotra in Tapavan. Anne spent a lot of her time devoting her life to creating Rose Circles, a women's upliftment movement which encouraged women from all around the world to create supportive networks with each other and keep connected in the spirit of sharing and service. This one is a story that went a lot deeper than that, and later on there'll be a video to show more about that. Anne and Bruce left behind a legacy of Shri's work. They inspired many others to live with love, beauty, and spirit in service to our planet and to a higher calling. I will forever be grateful. That's it. That's it from me about Anne and Bruce. And thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Karina. Now, the next thing would be Marilie's videos. So okay. So now you can go ahead with showing these two videos.
Hi there. Thank you. Before I start, let me just share my screen as well. Nice to see everyone. Nice to hear all of these amazing testimonials and stories from so many that came before me. Before I tell you how I learned to, first of all, can you see my screen here?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Before I tell you how I learned to install the resonance point, I'll just briefly explain what it is. The resonance point technique is a part of Homa organic farming. Through the resonance point with Agnihotra, sunrise and sunset, and some other healing fires, you can heal a large area of land, up to 200 acres or approximately 80 hectares. So remarkably, the same human effort for 1 acre can do the same for 200 acres. When I began looking through these photographs today, I realized something I'd never really thought about before. I learned how to install the resonance point from almost everyone who knew how to install them. And that realization brought back an extraordinary period of my life. My journey to Shri began through my Belizean family. They had become very interested in Agnihotra because of the remarkable results farmers in Peru were experiencing, particularly with bananas and agriculture. And Peru was where the story began. Outside Lima with Irma and Richard, which we saw earlier in the video. Richard and Lisa is Lisa Power's husband, and Lisa was presenting with us today. And then we moved from Peru to Buchanan, and Buchanan is where you saw Irma and took Juan and me to Buchanan, where she installed the first resonance point. That became some of the most significant homotherapy work that Juan and I ever did together. once we come back to Maheshwar here, and here you see Bruce teaching some Chilean, Chilean, sorry, Agnihotris, how to perform the resonance point. But also you see Stuart Masil here, which Parvati read his testimony earlier. Gabby and Stuart Masil were demonstrating to the same Chilean Agnihotris, Agnihotra at sunset. Now we go back to Juan and I, this work was very significant. We were brought by the Rajasthan Go Seva Sangh, where we installed resonance points and taught Agnihotra all across Rajasthan to 12 goshalas. What was important about this was the milk fat was being reduced. It was reduced like 4 to 10% in cows, down from 30 to 40%. And so this project was to help establish the ecosystem there and improve the health of the land and the animals. And so you'll see here Juan with Mr. Kotari, who is deceased, but he was the one who led the Rajasthan Go Seva Sangh and brought us to Bikaner and Rajasthan. Now we move from there to Biosol. Biosol, or Biosol, as it's known in Spanish, was something else that Sri Vasant made sure I learned. And he had me bring this to India. And this was also part of the resonance point. It's a fertilizer that is sealed with Agnihotra ash and then can be applied to the land to also help bring nutrients back to, whatever the animals are eating, such as spinach or the different plants that the cows needed was very significant for that. And then we moved from North India to South India with Karen. Karen was who I spent the remaining years up until 2011 when I left India permanently to return to the United States. And we traveled through Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, all the way north. We went by train for 4 days, which was amazing, through India, to West Bengal. And we also installed resonance points there in the tea gardens, as well as the coffee plantations. Then we went from the coffee plantations to the tea gardens in North India. We spent a month in Darjeeling, and then we went on to Assam. So that was very significant. All in closing here, I would say Shri was very efficient, and this work is very powerful. And what it taught me is that the importance of this work and the times that we're living in today, the resonance point technique that he gave us, my hope is that we can continue with this knowledge and bring it into the world with the farmers who need it and the communities who need it. So that is all I have to say about the resonance points. I do see that I have here Tapawan as well. So I'm going to just give another short video about Tapawan. And again, we have Bruce and Anne. Tapawan is where it was, this was the first 2 years that I spent in India was in Tapawan. And this Bruce and Anne hosted many, many visitors throughout India as well as internationally. And some of these images that you see here is not just about all of the folks that came to visit Tapawan. There was a very important watershed project that, are you all able to see the video by any chance?
Not now.
Oh, no. Okay, sorry about that. It's playing. Let me just go back to this. Apologize for that. There we go. Okay, we're skipping ahead a little bit here. And this is also Karen with Ash Medicines. There's Anne again. And so going back to Tapawan, there's a watershed project. Bruce and Anne's son, Aaron, who is also a talented Australian artist, came to India because Tapawan is in a semi-arid zone. It's surrounded by cotton farms, and they use a lot of water. So the aquifers were being depleted, and you would have to dig the bore well deeper and deeper. So when Aaron came, they established a watershed project, which, let me make sure we're seeing those. There we go. There's Aaron right there. And the watershed project extended the length of Tapawan. And so once the vegetation became established and the land retained more and more water, eventually Tapawan could make it almost through the entire dry season with water being held within the watershed. So for me, Tapawan embodied much of what those years were about, which was learning to care for the land, learning from one another, welcoming people from all over the world, and finding practical ways to work with nature rather than against it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marilee. Uh, First, I forgot to introduce you at the beginning. So this is Marilee Weir from Belize, who traveled a lot in India and has a lot of experience, as you can see now. She is a graphic designer by profession, but worked as a volunteer a lot, especially in India, and hopefully she will come back soon again. And my second mistake was I changed the order without thinking of it. So actually, it should be Lee and Fritz Ringmar now about the beginning of Shri's work in India. So please, now I just see Fritz. Can you please unmute and start your talk or presentation?
Hello everyone, I'll start with a PowerPoint presentation of a very sacred place on this earth, Maheshwar. It's along the Namaste River in India, Madhya Pradesh. We spent many different occasions, meetings up with 3% and did work all over India at various places. And we met up with 3% Christmas the year 2000, and he took us to a place along the Namaste River in India. Here it is. This was a new land purchased near Gandhinagar, which is near Maheshwar, and it just started with building some very simple structures there. We went back home with our family to Australia, where we have a homotherapy center, and then we received a call from Sri Vasant, and he said, please come to India with your family and take as many things as you can. That was a total surprise to us. So we arrived in India on the 24th of April 2001. That was actually Lord Parshuram's birthday. Sri Vasant took us to a small fire temple, well, in the past was a fire temple, along the Namaste River, and that's where our work began. So here we are with some other homotherapy volunteers in that small Parshuram temple along the Namaste River. We do Agnihotra there, and we then came, things had progressed. Other rooms had been added to the existing structure of the one room, and building continued while we were settling in there. It was like the cement was still drying while we moved in, and but it was very touching. We started with Agnihotra there straight away. 4 hours Trambakam, Agnihotra twice daily, and you see some other structures here. That pink building there later became the Goshala, where the cows were housed, as cows were very important to Sri Vasant, as they're the mainstay of Agnihotra, the mainstay of homotherapy. So here's a Yajna being built. The land was very barren and thorny, and anything difficult to grow there or build there. Cows were purchased from Gujarat, and so we could start to milk these cows and produce then ghee out of that. So it was very important to Sri Vasant to have clean, pure cow dung from a Homo center, and cow's ghee for the same reason, is that it's broadcasted in the atmosphere, it purifies the atmosphere. And Maheshwar is a very sacred place where energies are multiplied, you could say. So this is the time that the cows just arrived there after the midnight, and so we welcomed them with Viruti Homa. Next day, you can see them lined up. They all had calves, so We fed them there and took them to the Namaste River, and you see our son Aditya there is holding one of the calves. Here we have on the right hand side in the top Mukut. He was one of our helpers. He's producing the first ghee there in a special old Ayurvedic system of how to make ghee. This is here with Sri Vasant. We are at a farm. This is Karen Hessel's son, Aaron. This is near Indore, where we started to do outreach work on various farms around the area, and where we introduced Agnihotra to people and farmers. And to our surprise, they gave us feedback that their crops, after some months of course, they started to double, sometimes even triple in quantities. Also, the diseases farmers might have, their families might have, they just simply disappeared. We had farmers come to us who had saline wells and had big problems with watering their crops to get good crops out of that water, and they had lab tests done, and every month that farmer came back on his motorbike and telling us the fantastic results he had, while the salinity was reducing, step by step. People had great results. We introduced it to farmers, to doctors, to many different peoples there. Here we are setting up a resonance point at a farm near Indore, and it was one of the few first resonance points there. There's Karen Hessel there in the left bottom with Lee, my wife, next to it, and the farmer holding the book there. This is along the Narmada River, where we often did yajna. This is Maheshwar itself. This is our son Aditya. He's turning 8 years old. It was just about 5 days after we arrived, so Sri Vasant was there and blessed him, and of course he got a birthday cake. This is our daughter Anna. She was 12 years old. We did homeschooling there, and they set a friendship with the local guides there who helped us. This is at Durya, at the Pranjape family's home. This is Lee, my wife, there sitting with Sri Prasant's wife Kusum. This is Lee and myself at the Narmada River. And this is us with Sri Prasant indoor. We were very blessed to do all this work out there in Maheshwar and have so much outreach. We spent about a year there, and we reached many people there, and it continued. Maheshwar is growing into a fantastic homotherapy center, and it's really heartwarming how what it has developed into. Later on, of course, this was a prelude to Somayaks, which were held. There were 7 Somayaks being held at that sacred land. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Fritz. Can you please stop the screen sharing?
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And now the next speaker will be Suvindi Karina, and she will talk about the Rose Circle, which was started by Anne Godfrey.
I'm going to actually play something that we made, and it's short on rose circles. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'd just like to add that one part of Rose Circles that wasn't talked about too much was that Anne always encouraged people to learn how to be self-sufficient in these rural areas and utilize homotherapy and Agnihotra in those techniques of being self-sufficient. So I just wanted to add that, and now I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see the screen?
Not yet. Not. Yeah.
Can you see this? Can you see a YouTube screen here? Can everybody see the film? Hello?
It's still.
I think it's starting. It's loading, I think.
Okay.
Something wrong with audio.
Stop and just share
Something
with
wrong with the
sound,
audio.
and it should be fine.
Yeah, okay.
Share the screen, share with sound, and it should be fine.
Okay. Share with the screen. I am sharing with the sound. Okay. Can you hear anything now?
Video, stop the share, start the share again, share with sound, and it should be fine. I think that maybe you didn't hear anything. I didn't know how to correct that. I'm sorry. But you could see the.
Yes, we got an idea. Thank you, Karina.
Karina, can we have your song? How can we let you go without singing?
No, it is still there in the program. We are not finished yet, Amrita.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
waiting for
can't wait for
hearing
that.
from her.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Oh, that will be come. Okay, now the next thing will be about the 7 Somayaks in Maheshwar. Bruce already mentioned that in 1969 there was a special Somayag in Shivapuri. So first, what is Somayag? And we all know the simple, no, we all know the simple simple yajna which we do, Agnihotra, which is performed exactly at the time of sunrise and sunset, and that's a daily routine which everybody can do easily at home. The Somayag is something more complicated. It is a special event to cleanse and inject nutrition and healing energies into the atmosphere. The process of Somayag takes 6 days, and this type of yajna requires specifically trained people, and it takes more than 12 years to learn all the techniques. And in the Somayag, a special herb is used called soma, and in ancient literature, soma is called the king of all medicinal herbs. A Somayag purifies a larger area, and the effects last for several years. Now, the first Ahimsa Somayag in modern time was performed in 1969 under the guidance of Sri Gajanan Maharaj in Shivapuri, Akkalkot, Maharashtra state in India. And this pillar was erected later on to commemorate this very special event. As Barry mentioned, it was 2000 years, after 2000 years, the first time such an Ahimsa Somayag was performed. And in 2007, Sri Vasant instructed a group of 4 people to arrange a series of all the 7 different types of Somayag at the Homa Therapy Goshala in Maheshwar at the banks of Narmada River. Maheshwar is close to Indore in Madhya Pradesh, India. Maheshwar is where the same place about which Fritz just talked. And this was meant as a preparation for a sound current of feeling to be sent out through the Narmada River to the whole planet. These 7 Somayags took place in the period of 2007 to 2017. And here you say the beginning. For the Somayag, first thing we need is a big Somayag hall. You see here at the bottom the construction of this Somayag hall. And then also we needed accommodation. So we built some round huts, which you see on top in the middle. We had a double layer of bricks for insulation. And all is very close to the Narmada River. You see the Narmada River in the backside. And here you see some video. This is the start of the fire. You can't start a Somayak with a match. You have to use this method of one wood which is turned around, spinning, and then the fire comes up. And the man who holds this piece of wood, that is our Yajnaman, Hari Apte. And from here, then the Somayak starts.
कापट्या कापट्या देतो बारीक कापट्या
And here you see Sri Vasant, who is presiding about the whole. And the embers are put into 3 copper vessels. And the big flame shooting up, that is called Pravagya, and that is one of the highlights of the Somayak. No? And during the Somayaks, there were many, many visitors, also from the West, more than 100 visitors from the West. And we all, in the morning and evening, we were sitting together in the Somayak Shala performing this Agnihotra. So that is also something very special, because normally this is not happening, but all these people were continuing their daily practice of Agnihotra, and we were often doing it together in the Somayak Shala, and that created an additional energy for all the participants. So we had all the 7 Somayaks starting from December 2007. For the first one, Sri Vasant was in the body. He was there, as you had seen. And then the other Somayaks, normally every year or every second year, we had one. And so the last one was in 2017. One thing, see, the Vachapeya Somayak, that is a very long one. Normally, Somayak takes 6 days, but the Vachapeya, it is like 3 Somayaks in one. That took 18 days. That was very powerful, but at the end also people were a little bit tired. So that was the Somayaks, which we performed at the banks of the Narmada River in this Maheshwar Goshala. And that was one of the important activities over there in Maheshwar, and you still can see the vibration or feel the vibration of the energy when you come to this place in Maheshwar Goshala. Okay, thank you. Now we move on to South America, and I have to find Jimena. Here she is. Jimena will lead us through this session of South America. Please. Oh, Jimena, yeah, she is from Chile originally. She lived for many, many years in England, near London, and performs Agnihotra also since many, many decades. And now, some time ago, she went back to Chile, lives there with her husband, and lives there near a very special place in Elqui Valley. So let Jimena explain the rest.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be here with you to share today the impact of Sri Vasamparanjape in Chile and how homotherapy spread within this country. Sri Vasan came to Chile a few years after he arrived in the West. In 1978, he came to Chile for the first time. He came on his own, invited by the Great Universal Brotherhood, a yoga organization. A year early, a Dutch yogini, Madheva Vista, came to the country, made contact with this organization, and showed them Agnihotra, and also told them about Sri Vasamparanjape. She also went up to the north and meet a community, a spiritual community that was living in the Elqui Valley. So when Shri came back the year after, his main goal was to go up to the north of the country, to the Elqui Valley, meet with this community, and also open a very special energetic point up in the mountain. After his first trip, that was a month after my 21st birthday, so it was a great birthday present, he came back almost every year to Chile, sometimes twice a year, accompanied by some Agnihotra practitioners from the United States. From 1978 onwards, many people start to practicing Agnihotra, and the knowledge of homeotherapy spread throughout the country like a wildfire. And Chiri always advised us to be close to nature and try to cultivate our own food whenever possible. And let me introduce you to talk more about this profound impact in our country. Let me introduce you to Hector Rosas, who is the president of the Fivefold Path Foundation Chile. Over to you, Hector. Are you there, Hector?
He is there.
Okay. You need to unmute. Necesitas poner el micrófono. Tu micrófono. And Héctor is trying to find his microphone. Héctor, el micrófono, microphone.
There.
Héctor, over to you, please.
Yeah, I was trying to do it, but the host did not allow me to do it. That's why I'm getting now it allowed. Okay. Thank you very much, Jimena, and hello everybody. And it's, as Jimena said, it's an honor for me to be able to share part of my appearances with you all. I'm going to share a small PowerPoint. Is that being shared?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. This is just a picture of Shivasan that I already saw, but I included in my presentation just in case. The two commands that Sri gave to Shivasan, and the last one he received later after being in the United States for time. My children ready, you will meet them. As Jimena said, he came to Chile since 1978 until 2003, 25 years. He visited all those places here in Chile, especially in metropolitan area, Valparaiso, and always Coquimbo region, which is where Elqui Valley is located. Here a small map of South America, and in green you can see Chile and all the other countries that go along the Andes Mountains. This is a map of Chile. Elqui Valley is being shown there on the Coquimbo region. Shivasan activities in Chile, well, I met him in 1987, 9 years after his first visit. But he, as far as I understand, he continued visiting spiritual seeker groups and encouraging people to practice homotherapy concurrently with normal life. He inspired children. He introduced the yoga and meditation for children program, the drug addiction program, Douglas in several points, first resonant point in Chile in 1998, and he kept continually visiting several communities and small farming facilities around the country. He reached every people who show interest in home affairs, and he also in 1995 visited Punta Arenas, which is one of the most southern cities of the country, next to the Antarctica, and also went to Eastern Island. Homotherapy programs. In 1990 and 1991, Frank Rosensawyer Parvati came to Chile and met Magdalena Bernali, and they translated and adapted the program for our reality. Later on, Magdalena spread this program for 30 years between 1990 and 2020 in different workshops around the country, and also she went to Peru, Bolivia, Argentina to give these workshops. In the late years, he was giving it to training people, so they could train more people and also small children. That means people who would know the principle of fivefold path and later on continue practicing it along their lives. Maria Cecilia Mendez also came from Venezuela and was trained by her in Chile, and later on she delivered the program in the north part of South America. Drug addiction system. Alan Hatton also came to Chile and trained people to help people to be de-addicted, to defeat their addictions, and we established a Comunidad Terapéutica Colina, which means Colina Therapeutic Community, in a Agnihotra farm, Homa Farms, that Irma Garcia had settled or installed in Colina, Santiago. We made agreements with the local municipality and health ministry of Chile to receive and recover addicts in the early 90s. Now the organization still exists, but the administration is not using homotherapy as part of the treatment. This is just to show one of the early meetings in Villa Alemana with people, spiritual seekers, and people interested in developing Homa therapy. Homa farming. Michael William from Chile, from the United States, who usually was traveling with Sri Vasant, came several times in Chile and finally married a girl, a Chilean girl. And he lived here, and during his visits before and later on, he kept on spreading Homa farming in different small communities, orchards, gardens, and so on in different parts of the country. Later on, he lived in Elqui Valley communities and gave training there. I want to emphasize this statement given by Sri in his first visit to Chile. The crops will give you feedback of their love. And later on, in 1998, while the Operation Rejuvenation was being carried on along the Andes Mountains, Sri Vasant visited Chile in 1998, and I was amazed when he said, establish Homa farms and you will achieve a spiritual development as a byproduct. This is some pictures of ecology club organized by children inspired by what their older people were doing, following Shiva Sant's teachings. OMA fires in Antarctica, ozone layer was a big problem down here in Chile and Argentina. So Sri Vasan asked us to go to the Antarctica and make some fires. Juan Ojeda did that. First rule in Yelki Valley, this was accomplished on December 31st, 1994. This is the gathering next to the Cochihuas River in the place where Jimena lives, next to the river, where several ceremonies and procedures were carried on. Professor, there I put an arrow indicating Professor Carlos Bustamante. He was a Sanskrit teacher who met Sri Vasan when he was still in high school and kept on meeting with Sri every time he came. And he also had the honor to keep the fires going on in Elqui Valley for several years. This is Sri Vasan installing the first resonance point in October 1998. And this picture, I wanted to include it because in spite of his age and failing health, Sri Vasan continued conveying Sri Gayanan words to all people as Sri Gayanan has ordained him. These are the final years of Operation Revelations in the Andes. And when he came here, he insisted in doing an Agnihotra, a Rudra in Elqui Valley and several other places, but his health was declining. In 2015, we formed a Chile Fivefold Path Foundation to help people and continue spreading the word and helping any project in agriculture, medicine, environment, education, and so on. In 2015, August 2015, we had the privilege of participating here in this Congress, International Congress of Complementary Medicines, Dr. Purushottam from India and Dr. Ulrich Berg from Germany. Some public gatherings that has been organized and festivals to keeping the word living, and of course spreading the word to new people that can practice this homeotherapy. In 1984, Sri Vasan went to Peru with Carlos Olivares for the first time. Sri Vasan has stated in Chile in 1978, experiment with plants will open the doors to science of Yajnas. In Peru was as in various different countries in South America, Sri Vasan was received by members of Universal Great Fraternity, which was very instrumental in helping and spreading the word. And they took him to those especially to those old Inca ceremonial places. Inca is a native culture that still had fires 600 years ago here in South America. There we can see a picture of people doing fires in 1985. And she said, this is a historic occasion. Future generations will come to know that. We have rekindled healing fires after several centuries. What Incas did was only a remnant of ancestors' knowledge. Now the whole knowledge is brought to us in its true form. Night messages given here in Chile: heal the planet, Yajnas, heal the planet with vibrations of love. The mission is to save the planet through the means provided by the Vedas. Homa farms will be haven. And
Thank
finally,
you.
I want to emphasize that several times she stated that Chile and Poland are very important places because, as Jimena said, the fires are widespread along the country. Creation needs love to remain coherent. Human life purpose is to unfold the love within. 5-volt plus is the blueprint to reach our spirit and unfurl the love. Love thy neighbors as yourself is the law. Neighbors are not only other human fellows, but beings that make up the biosphere, all beings that make life possible, microorganisms, plants, animals, and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Thank you very much for that amazing insight and stories. We are a bit late and tight with the time. We thought we were at 4 o'clock.
Yes, I'm sorry.
After, yes. And so I'm not sure if I want to share some old picture from the early years of Shri Vasan in the Elqui Valley. But Karina, could you share a screen? And but we will have to do it fast. Let's begin with the first two slides, Karina. When Shri Vasan came to the valley, this is the incredible view he encountered the first time. Next, please. After meeting the community, which I spoke to you early, you can see some of the members here. He taught them how to perform Agnihotra because already they knew about the fire, but they didn't have any pyramids, and they used to do the fire in a copper bowl. So he taught them, did teach them how to do it properly, and then give them with several copper pyramids. And they start to practice immediately. The following morning after his arrival, he showed them on a very old map, and he said he need to go to a specific point to do a special ceremony, a special fire, but no one heard of that. But all the same, off they went up to a mountain called Las Tolas, and that is the picture. And once there, something peculiar happened. One of the horses broke loose and ran, and then suddenly stopped. And Shri Vasan said the horse was showing them the exact spot where he needs to perform this special reactivation of the energy of this valley, and as well, and especially, he said he opened a special energetic point of the planet. Later on, an local elder said, in fact, he knew that in the old days, the spot was known as the Una Ravine, and that was the name that Shri Vasan has in his old map. And we never knew where that map came from. Next, please. As far as I know, this is the only photograph that exists of that specific moment when Shri Vasan Paranjape in July 1978 opened and activate an energy point in this mountain in the Elqui Valley. Next, please. Every time when she came back to the valley, he will spend some quite meaningful and deep time with the local. The gentleman next to him, he was the late Horacio Canihuante, and he was a native tribal chief. And he always waited for Shri with his best horses to take him up to the higher mountain. The other young man used to belong to the community. Next, please. And this lady, whom we affectionately call Mama Julia, met Shri in the late 70s, and a few years later, she left the city and came to live here in the valley. Right until the last moment of her life, she was performing Agnihotra and chanting mantra. Shri always makes sure to visit her when he came to the valley. Next, please. In the early days, whenever Shri came to the valley, he will perform marriage ceremonies, baptize children, and bless the pregnant ladies, and send people even higher up in the mountain to perform a very specific fire. Next, please. In the early 80s, Shri Gajanan Maharaj asked his son Srikanji, along with his sister Srimati Kamalabai and her husband, to accompany Srivasan to the valley. And this very old photograph capture that special trip. Next, could you, because the fire doesn't appear there where Srikanji is performing a special fire. Karina, can you, la puedes achicar? Anyway, we don't have time for that. Next, please. These are random photographs of Shri Vasan spending time in the Elki Valley and doing the fire. Next, please. I will leave you with this last photograph of Shri in the river Kochiwas. Shri always told us that this river, the water of this river were healing water. And next to it is the mountain, as a stand today, the mountain where he did that special opening. In the late 80s or early 90s, the community closed as such, and the lands later on was divided and sold. And I was fortunate enough, by grace, to buy one of those plots in 2011. And as Ulrich said, I came back home here in the Elki Valley 12 years ago. But what I really want to share with you, that our beloved teacher, likely knowing what will happen to the community, in the late 80s, he asked a very small group of people if they can buy the land next to the community. And to carry on with this rest of this incredible story, please let me introduce you to Marcela Faunde, who is the president of Bhargavatam Foundation. Marcela doesn't not speak English, so I will translate him for her.
Can you please keep the time, Jimena? We are very late. Can you please keep the time?
Yeah, because we prepare it for 4 o'clock.
No, the duration is too long. It's not that we started late.
Marcela, please. Greeting to everyone present at this international gathering. We send you a fraternal hug from Chile, from the mountain of Bhargavatam. As Jimena rightly said, in the late 80s, Srivasan asked a group of people to buy the land next to the community. Carmen Hurtado, who was in that group, finally could buy the land in 2003. Next. She built 2 Agnishalas, and since then, many volunteers and helpers have come. In 2021, the Bhargavatam Foundation was set up with now founder. This is Carmen Hurtado, who bought the land. Our main goal is practicing homotherapy using the Fivefold Path guideline. Our future goal is protect and keep this land for future generations. We have a board of directors, official rules, and a loyal group of volunteers and helpers. Carmen Hurtado will soon hand over the property to the foundation through a free loan comodato. 5 or more people will buy the land in order to preserve for future generations. We welcome anyone from all over the world who wants to join us in this project and help us to develop this very special energetic center of the planet. And here are some views of this center, Bhargavadam. Thank you, Marcela, and I'm so sorry that they didn't give you the possibility to open your microphone. I'm sorry about that. And please, Carolina Morales, it's your turn now. It's a pleasure to introduce to Carolina Morales. She is an agronomist, agriculture engineer, and researcher of Homa farming, and she will be talking about the use of Homa ash in the desert areas of Chile. Carolina, please go ahead and try to keep the timing because they are pushing us for that.
No problem. Thank you, Jimena. Hello, everybody. The next, I will present you the scientific research in the Homa farming and the use of Agnihotra hash in the desert areas in Chile. My name is Carolina Morales Pavez. My profession is agriculture engineer, and the research on Homa farming for 17 years old. Yes. Okay. The experience is the northern Atacama is specifically evaluation of productive variables in melon cultivation under 2 conditions: conventional agriculture and organic agriculture with Homa technology. The specific objective is determines yields based on weight and the number of fruit per hectare. Evaluation polar and equatorial diameter and epidermis techniques in melon fruits, and determines difference in the organoleptic quality of the fruits through the measurement of solidos solubles, acidity levels, and sensory analysis. Specifically regarding crop yield, the weight of melon treated with Homa technology was greater than that of those treated with conventional agriculture. Although no significant difference were recorded, this trial was conducted under extreme conditions, desert and arid, and using agriculture method of organics. The melons achieved the weights generally obtained with conventional agriculture. It is similar. In the other hand, the Homa treatment yielded 32 toneladas per hectare, while the conventional treatment is the 30 ton per hectare. The fruit obtained with Homa technology showed greater preference and acceptance than the conventional growth fruits. Yeah. The result of the hedonic scale test from both treatments are shown in this figure, where the preference for the fruit from Homa treatment is evident with the 44% acceptance for the very good classification. In the contrast, for the 13% obtained with treatment conventional. Regarding the following the graph, the acceptance rate of the 11 used for the sampling for the HOMA treatment is the 69% compared to 31 for the conventional treatment. Yeah, you know. In this next picture is to show it is a difference week 7, week 11, yeah, gets different, the difference in the both treatment, week 13, week 18, yeah, and the show is the area for both treatment con a difference significant, only observation, yeah, you know. In this investigation, the application is use of Agnihotra ash for the agriculture process, uses the yantra, uses the Agnihotra ash solution, and the elaboration, I use the biosol HOMA, is a biofertilizant. Yeah, in this product, is regarding the biosol HOMA, the research analysis in the laboratory and determine in this content essential elements of the crops. For example, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, magnesium, etc., in high concentration. And this biosol HOMA in comparative with the other commercial like bio inputs, and we found that biosol is a complete product with a high fertility. It's very important that this trial is considered a step toward future research, which should focus on the physiological mechanics to explain the phenomenon that occurred with these techniques, you know. Furthermore, it should integrate other management practices relation to ecologic soils and agroecologic farm designs, and considering that a single technique is insufficient for the regeneration of the soil, ecosystem, landscape, etc. In addition, the considering abiotics elements, yeah, soil, climate, pest, sun, and others elements, yeah. It is necessary to perform Agnihotra fires at the cultivation site. This is very important. This organic farming system is presented as an alternative for clean and sustainable production in the term of yield and crop and quality. Yeah, it's important it's sustainability will allow farmers and associations to manage their own business independently, foresting, productive initiative, expanding cultivation areas, and creating jobs, while promoting the balance of the system, the balance of insects and the ecosystem in general. And Master Shivasant say we must think about place where food can be grown 12 months a year without stopping. That is where we can achieve food security in these territories permanently. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carola. That was very interesting. Let me introduce you now to in the same vein to Karina Ome. She's a journalist and a caretaker of Satsang, a small farm, and Homa Ark of Seed. And she will talk about reforesting Satsang. Please, Karina, go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm sharing my screen now. Well, in 2003, in his last visit to Chile, in his different conferences where I could take part, Srivasant encouraged us to build Ark of Seeds and also to heal trees with Homa technology. So that same year, I started to collect organic seeds. 10 years later, in 2013, I could buy a land to make satsang. These pictures are from Satsang Farm. And the first thing I did is the Ark of Seeds. So we did a lot of workshops, and I'm still having volunteers from all around the world taking part here and learning about regenerative home agriculture. And the trees, we have a beautiful forest, but we have been having also a very dry period from 20 years. So many trees are very damaged with the dry period. And last year, the Chilean Forest Institute started a reforesting program with native honey trees for improving beekeeping. It's in the whole regional metropolitan area, and I could take part of it also with Satsang Farm. And we were the only farm from the complete 25 farms still now, that did not use chemical fertilizers. They use Basacote Plus and other things. And I said, no, this is an organic farm, so we are going to use only Agnihotra ash and Homa efficient microbiology of native forest. We think about that if we improve the microbiology of the soil, and there are different studies that shows that Agnihotra ash also do that, we would make the trees grow better. So they were very flexible in the National Forest Institute, and they say, okay, we will do it your way in your farm. So this is the production of Homa efficient microbiology of native forest. We do it in the same farm. Carolina Morales, who was talking right now, she teaches us how to do it. And then since then, we're producing it regularly here, and we use it for the forest. The results are so incredible, amazing, that the forest engineer who specialized in genetics and the director of this reforesting program is, I would say, a little bit shocked about how trees grow here. And he's now presenting the experience of satsang in different events and conferences. This is a conference and visit to satsang in April of this year. The trees were planted in August last year. So they're just completing 1 year now, right now. And here he's the director of the forest of this program from the Forest Institute. It's from the Ministry of Agriculture. But he also made a conference in the National Beekeeping Congress that took part now in June of this year in Vicuña. And he was talking about Agnihotra and showing the different researches that are made worldwide about trees in Agnihotra or the Agnihotra ash. And here is a comparative, I will show it here, a comparison between a tree in a reforesting the same reforesting program by a neighbor. She's just 3 kilometers away from my farm. And here the same species of tree in my farm. She was watering the tree during the summertime every day. I did it just twice a week. She did it like one to 2 times a week during the winter time, mostly twice a week. I did it like every 10 days. And usually this kind of tree is called ghee. They grow between 30 and 50 centimeters per year. Here it grows 1 meter in a year. So more than twice what is usual for this kind of trees. The results are they are higher survival rate, better early growth, improved water use efficiency, and greater resilience to water stress. These technical results are done by the forest engineers. It's not my results. They show the results in the Congress of Beekeeping. But that's not all. So there were this week, the director of the program and the subdirector were again here this week. And now these trees are giving flowers. So they used to give flowers after 2 or 3 years of planting. And here they were just 11 months. So they're so shocked about they're not only growing a lot, so they are also giving flowers. And for beekeeping, it's very important. So now we are giving another congress at the end of this month and another beekeeping congress. And they're organizing a very big event with different kind of authorities from the Ministry of Agriculture, from the local government, from different municipalidades, and with farmers and beekeepers in September to visit Satsang Farm again. And also we are going to take part in other congresses. I will tell it probably in the next events. So it's very great to be able to do also what Srivasan told us to do in 2003, invited to do us. It's to use homotherapy for healing and helping trees. I really love trees. My great passions are trees, and probably that's one of my main reasons to be so constant with Agnihotra and with showing and proving how we can have how we have a very powerful tool to help them to grow and to survive in this environment. So here is my contact if anyone has some comments or for more information. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ulrich and Jimena. Jimena, you need to unmute.
Thank you, Karina, for that, sharing that wonderful work is been done in Satsang. And to finally end our section, please, Hector, come back again and tell a bit about homo farming across South America. But I'm afraid, Hector, will have to be short. Thank you, Hector. You need to unmute. Ahora. Gracias, Hector.
Here I am. Are you listening to me?
Sí.
Yes. Okay, I will make it very short because we're running out of time, it seems. I'm going to skip these initial pictures. This is the environmental and agricultural situation, which we already know and we are all aware of it, which is a long-term hunger and death sentence if we continue adding and using agrochemicals. Vedas knowledge, the Vedas provide in concrete form the manual for the proper functioning of creation and the body of fundamental principles.
Sorry, Hector, are you sharing a screen because we cannot see anything?
I'm sorry.
Sí.
You need to
Yeah.
compartir.
Yes. I thought I had done it, but
Now it's starting. No. Okay.
Okay. Well, I skipped a couple of slides before, and here we go in the direct. This is Homa Farming South America, a short brief, because this is a work of 8 years from 1996 to 2004, did by Srivasan. The Vedas provide in concrete form the manual for the proper functioning of creation and the body fundamental principles that govern it. This is the principle and the guidance. This is Srivasan speaking to us. If humanity wants to survive, he cannot do it independently of environment. Human beings are part of the biosphere, and they must recognize and adjust their lives accordingly. Human beings have responsibility, duty, and privilege go hand in hand. And this repeated it several times when he came to Chile. A new model of coexistence and survival is needed. And here we come to understand a little bit more about why he always talked since the beginning of agriculture and Homa farming. Which human activity is most fundamental and closely linked to nature than generation and maintenance of life? Obtaining good food depends on the atmosphere, water, soil, and prana. So 1996, he started with Project Rejuvenation, in line with the work she had been given by Sri Gajanana. Operation Rejuvenation, rejuvenate the biosphere, to massively grow healthy food, to recover physiological and mental health, to improve human relations, to overcome poverty, and to demonstrate how homeotherapy capabilities and deliver pace to beings. The Andes Mountains, to revive all old places of fire, mantras and fires again, to convey words, Srigayanan words to all people, even those who living near and understanding nature better do not have any help from governments and other powers. To help Amazonian area, to give all that people a chance to help nature and help themselves. And most probably other aims which we are not aware of. This is the Andes Mountains that run from 7,000 kilometers from Chile, Argentina, up to Venezuela in the northern part of America. And he traveled during these 8 years, all these countries, from Chile to Peru, to Venezuela, I'm sorry. Chile, here you can see better all the countries, all the 7 countries that related to the Andes Mountains, and Brazil will be a big part of the Amazon area. He also went there several times. I will skip this about resonance points because Mary Lee already talked about that. And projects in Peru and Venezuela were carried by volunteers coming from different parts of the world. Aneta McCann from Canada, Maria Maya, Juan Rodriguez, Gloria Guzman, Margie Arana, Maria Cecilia, Ana Maria Mendez from Venezuela, and many others which I may be forgetting. From Chile, 6 or 7 volunteers were to help in Peru projects during several years. Some productions, homotherapy productions in South America, cabbage, and seeing any video or so, you can have access to all these several details and a lot of information, reports, and so on in this page run and by Aleta and Abel, which I want, and I will take advantage of. Thank you them for all their works in keeping all this valuable information
safe.
Thank you, Hector.
So that will be it.
Yeah.
No more time?
Just quickly go through.
Okay. Some of my farming projects: mango, banana, cottonseed, citrus, oil palms, agroforestry. Please see also on terapiaoma.com. Reports on terapiaoma.com. This video documental made by HBO Latin American, Herederos del Fuego, Fire Hearts, HBO Latin American documentary fiction film can be seen, and you can take a look at what really happened here.
Okay.
Shivasana stated in December 90s, let us go from talking to living the truth. Now is the time, live the love, realize the I am own. And as Karina was saying, keep and say, seed with love, sow with love, grow with love, harvest with love, cook with love, work in community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hector. And that was great. And with this, we conclude our segment. And I'm so sorry to have to hurry you. But we thank you, the organizer, for giving us this opportunity today to put South America and Chile on the map. And we thank you also, very special thanks to Dr. Ulrich Berg for his tireless work trying to put this event together. May the light of Agnihotra and Homa therapy continue to spread and bring peace to our world. May all of us work in joy, in peace, and remembering. United we stand. So brush up your Spanish and come to visit this sacred and magic land. Gracias.
Thank you. I stopped sharing.
Okay, so thank you, the group from Chile, and thank you, Jimena, for organizing that. And now we have from Peru, I don't see it, from Peru, Abel and Aleta, here it is. Who do a lot of work in South America, mainly in Peru, but also other countries. And let us play their video.
Hello, dear family. We're going to show you some photos where you can see how homotherapy is spreading in South America among doctors and health practitioners. We say that one picture worth thousands of words. Homotherapy has been practiced in state hospitals, clinics, Homa healing centers, schools, universities, and public and private institutions. Of Agnihotra can be seen on the faces of the participants from the very beginning. Therapy is peace for body, mind, and soul. Peace for the children, the parents, and the whole family. It is peace in the urban and rural areas. Homotherapy is peace for the animals, the plants, and the whole ecology.
Sana
Okay, that was a nice compilation of um, photos showing all the work which Abel and Alita are doing, especially in hospitals. So many people in hospitals come together, patients and doctors, to perform Agnihotra, and they also have wonderful results there. So that's really great. And they travel to many countries in South America and also to India. Now, the last part of this section on South America is from Barry Rathner, and he will tell us more about some video which was taken in South America some time ago.
How much time is allotted to me?
3 minutes.
Okay, I need 3¼ minutes, but I'll try to be fast.
3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Okay, start the stopwatch. Okay, so Hector mentioned this HBO film, Herederos del Fuego, Heirs of Fire. This was made in the year 2000, and it's quite impressive in terms of the quality because it's HBO, and it's in Spanish with English subtitles. We wanted to show you some excerpts from it and play it, and we investigated getting permission from HBO to do that, so we didn't go to jail for copyright violation. And it was so complicated that we decided not to do it. Plus, they asked for confidential information, and there were so many countries involved. So, as a second choice, I will read a couple of things that Sri Vasant said in that film. I'm pretty sure he said these. So one thing at 29 minutes and 49 seconds, he says, these broader trends of pollution are affecting many things. For example, the drop in sperm count. Men now have a sperm count that is half what it was 20 years ago. The increase in several types of cancer, breast cancer in women or prostate cancer in men, is linked to chemical products, especially chlorine-containing chemicals, which are the most persistent and bioaccumulative. Then at 31 minutes and 18 seconds, he said, life in the soil. In the 15 centimeters of fertile surface of the soil where life is, there is a microorganism there that normally, when chemical products are used, can be killed. So, with homotherapy, we create the opposite effect, and that microorganism begins to develop strongly. And lastly, we are directly at the site where the Kotosh people would celebrate something similar to what is being done now. It means that this tradition is extremely interesting. 4,000 years ago, the ceremony was daily here, but now I see that for 4,000 years this afternoon is being repeated. Today is March 9, 2000, and that seems extremely interesting and very instructive for what the cult of fire means. In my remaining 42 seconds, I'll just say two quick things. This whole thing is about Vasant and the spread of Agnihotra. So I have a book called Revelations from Vasant. I understand there's only 2 copies. Bruce had one and I did. And it has different revelations that Sri Vasant made over the years. And there was one very interesting one that was 6 words long. And it said, Russian, let's see, Russian airliner crashes, Polish government dies. Well, 33 years later, in the city of Katyn, commemorating a World War II killing, a Russian plane went down and it had 90% of the Polish government on it, and they were killed, including the twin brother of the guy who became prime minister. And then the last thing I wanted to say is, there was an interesting story of when Sri Vasant went to England to study. He went there at the age of 15, I believe. And one day, a lady came up to him and said something like, I'm very nervous now because I have cancer and I'm going for treatment. And Sri Vasant said to her, I hope you get better. And when he found out that the next day she was cancer-free, he figured out that this siddhi, this power that he had, he vowed never to use it again because I don't know all the reasons, but I suspect there's an interference with the law of karma when one does such things. And if one is doing healing, I think it has to be done under rigorous disciplines. And thank you all. This was an honor participating in this program. I traveled with Sri Vasant for 17 years, driving him around a lot and cooking for him and going to classes and all that. And again, it's an honor to honor him.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Now,
Dale emocionándolo.
we have Fritz and Lee from Australia. Good morning. Probably still in the middle of the night. I'm sorry for that, but we can't help it. So you're talking about Australia, and so Fritz and Lee, they have a center in Australia. Later on, they will talk about that also. And Fritz already talked about their stay in Maheshwar at the beginning of the Homa Therapy Goshala in Maheshwar. And now they have a center in Australia, and they will talk about what they have done and also the role of Sri Vasant in Australia. Go ahead, please. Can you please unmute? Fritz Lee, unmute. You're muted.
Unmute. Now you're good.
Okay, now.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry. All right, so Sri Vasant's travels and work in Australia.
Can you please make it full screen?
Full screen. How do we do that? No, I can't make it full screen, sorry.
Okay.
Try view.
View.
View at the top. Enter full screen, maybe.
Click on slideshow at the top, and then click from first slide. In the middle, at the top on the menu, you'll see slideshow. On the top. Yep. Look for slideshow.
Fourth from the right.
It's on the right.
Okay.
Your zoom bar may be covering it.
Hmm.
Or press F5 on your keyboard.
F5.
F5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry for the
Right.
difficult start. Okay, so Sri Vasant, his travels and work in Australia. So it all begins with a much younger Jarek Bisberg, who now lives in Poland. He was searching for a Sadguru when he was very young, in his late teens, I believe, and he came across Sri Gajanana Maharaj. He also met Sri Vasant at Sri Gajanana Maharaj's ashram in India. And in 1974, Sri Gajanana asked Jarek to take Agnihotra to Australia. Once in Australia, Jarek performed Agnihotra at various festivals and gatherings. So in 1979, Kel went to a mind-body healing festival, and Jarek was there performing Agnihotra. When I came, she went into a deep meditation, and when she came to, she looked at this man and said, "Teach me this fire." Another major personality in Australia who was teaching Agnihotra is Eleanor, and Eleanor met Kel in 1989, who introduced her to Agnihotra. Eleanor has left the body, but just prior to leaving the body, she travelled along the coast of South Australia performing Agnihotra as a service for protection of the coastal area. Anne Godfrey, who from Tapavan, you've heard about her, and Bruce Johnson, they attended a gathering organised by Jarek. It was a full moon gathering with 24-hour Om Trambakam Homa and Agnihotra sunrise sunset. Anne was so impacted by Agnihotra that she immediately took up the practice. And though her partner Bruce was very skeptical and academic, he fully recovered from asthma due to Agnihotra practice, and he immediately took up Agnihotra himself. They teamed up with Jarek, and the spread of homotherapy started gathering momentum in Australia. So Sri Vasant travels to Australia in the late 1980s, and on his second visit, he visits Bruce and Anne in Sydney. And, you know, Anne Godfrey had never heard of, she knew nothing about Indian spirituality and the customs, etc. But as soon as Sri Vasant was at the front door, and the door was open, she raced across the room. She felt so much divine love emanating from his being, and she bowed down to his feet. And this is simply not done in Australian culture, but that was the impact that Sri Vasant had on her. Now, Bruce was still skeptical. The first thing Sri did when he arrived was sat with Bruce and said, "Bruce, you can ask me any questions you like." And of course, Sri Vasant eloquently satisfied every question Bruce posed to him. Then in 1988, Sri visited again, and this time to check out some land, because he had suggested to Anne, Bruce and Jarek, we need a farm. We need a farm where we can demonstrate homo-organic farming, where we can rejuvenate the land and show how Agnihotra can do that. So they found some land, they took Sri there. He asked one question of the owners. He said, "Which way is the river flowing?" And when they said, "Yes, it flows in this direction, then flows back on itself," and he said, "This is the land, we can now go back to Sydney." So here's some pictures of Shri and Yarik and Bruce and Mike Billion and Godfrey. Here's a symbolic picture of the light pouring into Australia with Sri Vasant's visit. In one of his visits, he said there's 3 things needed in Australia: a non-profit organisation, a Homa farm, and a homotherapy teaching centre in which eventually continuous Om Triambakam Homa should be performed. Well, he said this in 1987, and by 1989, all 3 were established by Bruce, Ann, and Yarik, seemingly by grace. And when the Homa Centre was set up in Sydney, in a suburb in Sydney, very quickly 15 months of continuous Om Triambakam Homa took place just by a handful of people, namely Bruce, Ann, John Tilker, my husband, whose name I've forgotten, and myself. That's how nervous I am. Anyway, another thing that Sri asked of Bruce was set up a printing press to publish a free magazine called Satsang to promote Agnihotra. And Sri said, look, Agnihotra has to go in a big way, like a movement all over the world. We do not even have a moment to spare other than for this work. Now is the time for Ark of Fire. The Ark is the land with Homa. And then with the Agni Farm being purchased, that's the name it was given, Agni Farm, Yarik Bisberg was, Sri requested Yarik to go and caretake the farm from 1989 to 1991. Yarik had an astounding experience with the healing power of Agnihotra ash. His dog was shot through the neck by an unfriendly neighbouring farmer. And Yarik quickly got hold of Agnihotra ash and stuffed the hole from both ends with Agnihotra ash. The bleeding stopped and the dog completely recovered from a lethal wound. So at Agni Farm, of course, sunrise and sunset every day, 2 hours of Om Triambakam Homa because only Yarik was living there in the beginning. And on full moons and new moons, 24 hours when the Sydney Agnihotris would come up and visit on weekends. We were part of the homotherapy work in Sydney, and we felt inspired to meet Sri Vasant because we missed out on meeting him when he came to Australia in the late 1980s. In 1989, we came to Agnihotra. And in 1990, we felt moved to go and visit Sri in the US. And our meeting with Sri was the most momentous and life-changing experience for both of us. It changed our life, it gave us a purpose, and it gave us hope for an ailing planet. So here's some words from Sri Vasant that I'd like to quote in 1990, given at a talk in Baltimore. Only through fire can the planet be healed. Through intense practice of yajna, a reverse trend can take place. It is a race against the clock. For this, people need to have some discipline, some structure in their lives. People will have to do Agnihotra. When they perform Agnihotra, they will get ash. They will take the ash and spread it in the soil, and this will neutralize the toxins. Then and only then things will grow and give nutrition. To the west, to the east, to the north, to the south, everywhere there will be fire, healing fire of old. Now is that time. So in 1991, Sri encouraged, In 1991, Sri encourages Yarik to move to Poland to caretake a new Homa farm established by Dr. Ulrich Berg, also called Agni Farm, by the way. And then Fritz and myself became the caretakers of Agni Farm in Australia, along with John Tilker, from 1991 to 1994, and we taught ourselves how to farm organically with the aid of Homa. Many gatherings took place with kirtans into the night, and they were the most wonderful experiences. And in 1995, during one gathering, 62 Agnihotras were performed, along with 24 hours of ceaseless Homa, and the energy on the land afterwards was sublime, like a paradise. So this is some shots on the farm Fritz farming, Anna there helping Anne Godfrey, our daughter Anna, to pick blueberries, the kirtans, Bruce doing yagna in the newly built Yagnyashala. Then Shri gave Fritz, my husband, guidance. Please set up an Agnihotra pyramid press. And now Agnihotra was one of the few Homa centers in the world that pressed their own copper pyramids. And we were asked quite quickly after we set up the press, and we'd moved to our own Homa farm a year later in, I think, 1994. Shri asked us to send 1,000 pyramids to Peru because so many people were taking up Agnihotra in Peru and they needed pyramids. So by grace, with a couple of volunteers, we somehow pressed 1,000 pyramids and shipped them over to Peru. Another major experience that we had when we were living at Agni Farm was that a direct disciple of the eternal Babaji, Yogi Ramaya, he visited Agni Farm to do an initiation of Kriya Yoga students. We continued doing the Homa program. We didn't attend the initiation. And we continued to do the Homa farming. But at the end of the retreat, he called us to his side in front of all his devotees. And he quoted, "In the future, this place will become a place of pilgrimage. The energy here is as high as energy found in ancient ashrams in India." And he was referring to the homotherapy practices that we were doing. So I can't see all my titles, unfortunately, but in July 1992, Bruce, Anne and John Tilka traveled to Shivadam Fire Temple in India. And at this time, Tapovan was not in existence. And Shri indicates that nearby, and that's the place that became Tapovan, there would be a place for homotherapy volunteers from the West. Little did they know, Bruce and Anne, that this was to become Tapovan, to be run by themselves. So this slide here is that we made many trips to India. Bruce and Anne, Fritz and myself, and other Australians, our daughter Suwindi, our children. We made many trips to India to receive Shri's blessings and homotherapy training. On the right here is an Ayurvedic crash course organized by Shri Vasant for homotherapy volunteers. And here's Bruce Johnson performing Agnihotra in front of the Ayurvedic practitioners. So in 1994, we were guided to get our own Homa farm in the same valley as Agni Farm. But it was in drought. On the left is the picture of the drought, uncared for land, poor soil, and an energy of cruelty to animals had taken place, no water for irrigation. After a couple of years, the place was thriving with vitality. We were growing healthy vegetables, and the soil was beautiful and friable, and the energy was pure and good and uplifted. In 1995, a miracle happened, really, because when we bought the land in 1994, it was in drought, as I said, and we had no water to water our crops. We went to India to visit Shri, as we did every year. And at Banaganga in Mumbai, a sacred place, there's a Parshuram temple there. We would always visit that when we visited Mumbai. We witnessed a man drowning, Fritz actually rescued him and saved his life. And we ended up having a reading from a Shastri who indicated that we would now find water on our land, and it also indicated our Vedic marriage. So we were Vedically married on that trip by Sri Vasant, and it was one of the greatest blessings of our life. So this is the miracle of the water that was predicted. We would find water, the Shastri said. So we sank a bore, even though we'd been told that there was no underground water on the land. Still, we sank a bore. And we did hit water, but the water was highly saline, highly alkaline, and would burn our crops. What we did was Agnihotra at the borehole. This is myself doing Agnihotra over the borehole. And we put Agnihotra ash down the borehole. What happened was that the Department of Water Resources was doing tests on the bores in the area, and over a few months, what came was that our water, the pH of the water became neutral instead of highly alkaline, as it was when we first sunk the bore, and the salinity was greatly reduced, and now we could water our crops, we could drink that water, it was potable water. Now the other miracle was that later we had a water diviner who was highly renowned for his accuracy. He came on the land interested in Agnihotra, and we asked him to divine the land for water. He didn't know about our bore, we didn't tell him about the bore. So he came back and he said something extremely unusual is happening. This is the water course in red, and he said the water course flows along here, it makes a right-hand turn, it goes up to this building, goes back on itself, and it continues on its way. Now, in this building is the bore. And he also said it goes under the fire hut. So this is where our fire hut is. So the water has somehow been sent under the fire hut to collect all the prana. This is where the bore was sunk. So it looks like when they sunk the bore, we were in the wrong place. But some miracle took place, sent the water here, and then back on its way. So I related this miracle to Sri. He laughed and laughed. And he said, so you see, when you give to nature through Homa, she looks after you. Some beautiful pictures of our family, farming. We actually even trained bullocks with the help of some Hare Krishnas from a local farm down the road. Threshing our beautiful spelt crop. Growing giant beetroots. Our kids involved. This is the Yagnyashala that was built. Fritz doing a Rudra. Many people visiting. All these fires is because there's people we couldn't photograph in front doing Agnihotra. This was the first cow dung drying facility, very rudimentary. And then you can see me doing Om Trambakam Homa, getting ready to plant echinacea herb. Down below is Anne Godfrey at our farm teaching Agnihotra to the children. On the right, which you cannot see, it's an Agnihotra press on our land where we make the pyramids. And then in 1997, Bruce moves to India under Sri's instructions and to take care of Tapavan, and in 2001, Anne joins him. And this enables homotherapy volunteers from all over the world to regularly be in Sri's presence at Tapavan and to continue their training. Sri would send them out into the field to teach Agnihotra to the farmers. And so Om Shri Dham becomes the homotherapy center for Australasia when they move to India. Up the top, we have many gatherings. This is a women's circle up the top. When Anne was visiting, she was participating with us. Talks on Agnihotra, going to festivals and sharing about Agnihotra, workshops, etc. This is activating 8 pyramids on our land to extend the Homa biosphere. It's called the Homa resonance system. Volunteers coming. One beautiful volunteer we'll never forget. We love him dearly. His name is Taylor from Canada. He stayed with us for a couple of years, and here he is performing Agnihotra with the cows. He loved the cows, and they loved him. And we've done outreach work in Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, and New Zealand. And recently, the a group in the Philippines, actually they're Mother Mary devotees, they asked us to send them 100 pyramids. We could only manage 45, but we'll send more in allotments. And there's a big movement now in this Mother Mary movement to daily perform sunrise, sunset, Agnihotra. There's farmers in that movement as well, so I think the Philippines are undergoing a big mission of moving into a higher energy with Agnihotra. So Sri advised us to build a Homa retreat center for the coming times, and we've been doing that over many years. The footings for the center was established in when was it? 2004, perhaps. And it's nearly in completion now, our center. And Sri's mission to universalize homotherapy, to bring healing to the environment of the whole planet and to uplift consciousness. And to that end, we dedicate our lives. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Lee and Fritz, thanks a lot. That was a wonderful presentation about your place. I hope sometime I will be able to visit that also. And again, thanks for getting up in the middle of the night for this presentation.
Thank you so much. You have got up at the middle of the night. That's amazing. It's such a wonderful presentation and a wonderful work. I always look forward to see you all. But that's really truly amazing that you woke up at the middle of the night for the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
In Australia, there is no nights. It's 24-hour days. So, we're fine.
Well,
that's his way of joking.
Okay.
We wouldn't want to
Day
miss
and
this
night
anyway.
is individual perspective. Sorry?
We would not want to miss this anyway. We want to participate. We
I
want to listen
understand.
to everybody.
And moreover, through Agnihotra, you are spreading the light. So how can there be night around, As you're spreading the light always. So there's no possibility of having a night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank you to Sri. Thank you to Sri. Om Shri.
Thank you. Now, can you? Oh no. Yeah. Now we will go to the next session, and that is about present time global centers. And we'll start with Eco Village Bugaranya. Who is presenting that? Oh, Karina Sovindi is doing that. Please unmute yourself. No, you're still muted.
It's the organizers that need to unmute. Allow her to unmute.
Wait.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Now, yes. Now, yes.
Okay. I have a presentation on Eco Village Bugararanya. I'm just going to share the screen now. And yeah, thank you everyone. It's been wonderful to hear all the stories. Really wonderful. Okay. Can you see and can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay. Village Bugararanya, the Honey Farm Community and Education Center, the only one of its kind in Poland. Since 1995, our ecological farm has grown into an expanding international community with people of all ages, all of whom are dedicated to healing the environment. Through daily sunrise and sunset Agnihotra, 5 hours of on-train becoming yajna per day, 24 hours on-train becoming yajna on new moon and full moon, regular Rudra yajnas, plus other additional yajnas held throughout the day, our place has a truly rarefied and magical atmosphere. Our gardens, animals, and all of nature thrive under such conditions. Heal the atmosphere, and the healed atmosphere heals you. We invite you to come and experience Bugararanya anytime to benefit from the healing atmosphere. We are grateful for all the people involved in supporting this sacred land over 30 years.
Zaczyna się od naszej intencji, zaczyna się od włączenia tego naszego wewnętrznego kompasu, że dobrze, ja chcę iść tą drogą, nie wiem jeszcze jak, nie wiem jak tam dotrę, ale ja czuję, że to jest ważne dla mnie i wiem, że ja jako jednostka mogę mieć wkład w tym, żeby tworzyć lepszy świat, świat, gdzie ludzie są szczęśliwi, świat, gdzie widzę, że natura nie ginie na moich oczach. Jest pełni życia i wtedy my również czujemy się w ten sposób, my czujemy się pełni życia, ponieważ my jesteśmy integralną częścią tej natury i kiedy jesteśmy od niej odłączeni, musimy nastawić się na przeżycie, a to nie o to chodzi. Najpierw była Agnihotra, którą poznałam, że tak powiem, zakochałam się od razu i ona zaczęła wprowadzać różne zmiany w moim życiu. Stałam się bardziej radosna, ponownie połączona z naturą i od razu odezwała się we mnie taka chęć, okej, czemu tylko ja? Warto byłoby przekazać innym ludziom tę wiedzę. I to gdzieś kierowało mnie na fundację.
The higher purpose of this foundation, it makes me and gives me a big balance to my life and also to the life of my family.
And I think when people come here, they feel that, and they leave this place with tools that are life-changing, tools that can help them with their health. They're helping the planet in a deep, fulfilling way. We have a lovely connection with the animals. They don't live in fear. They live till old age. And that's quite revolutionary way of farming.
The other thing is I love creation of a Homa farm and eco village that can be a blueprint for other such places around the world where we can live in harmony with nature and with human nature and attune ourselves to Mother Nature.
All of these things can happen here in such a refined and beautiful energy. But the energy is building, and it's exciting for us as a foundation to see dreams coming to fruition, to see the manifestation of what we've been envisioning for the future for such a long time. You can see the grass is still formed in the walls. You can see that this is still got some essence of the earth. So this space opens up a whole new world for us, and it represents the hope for our future. We need to come more in balance with nature, more in harmony with nature. And we need to work together for that, because alone, it's just not possible.
Agnihotra Home of Fires basically empowers every single
technique, every method we're human beings are using to help themselves serve the planet, serve humanity, serve all living beings, and it empowers them to do that work and empowers the effect of those techniques. Do it, add it to what you're doing, and you're helping every person around you and every living being around you.
I don't know if music will be like this or not.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, thanks a lot, Karina Sovindi, for this very nice presentation. And of course, now I think many people who watch that will want to come and visit that place soon. So you're all invited. And
And visit the place
yeah,
and to feel the five elements, the Panchamahabhutas around, and to see how they are growing and cultivating in each one of us. That's so beautiful, amazing.
yeah. And then you can also sing together with Karina Sovindi, sing the
Sure,
song. She
sure.
will teach it to you, but she will do it, perform at the end. So now the next centers which we wanted to present is Maheshwar Goshala, but Savachit could not do that. So we have seen a lot about this Maheshwar Center already because Fritz talked about the beginning because he was there for quite some time. And later on, we had the 7 Somayaks there. So you have seen enough of this place. And now my only big dream is that we will have one more final Somayak there where we will invite everybody on top of the 7 which we have completed. So that is one dream which I still have. Let us see when that can be done. So now next will be Elke Valley. I don't see Jimena there. Jimena, are you there? Are you around? Okay. If not, then let us continue with Lisa. Can you please share your screen and show whatever you presented on medicine Oma community?
I'm not, somehow I'm, let's see, let me see if I can get the screen share. Okay. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay. Many years ago, Sri Vasant stated that a community should come up in Madison, Virginia. Over the years, as properties became available, people who support the healing fires bought small parcels of land or houses surrounding the Paramadam Fire Temple. Currently, a handful of houses within walking distance of the fire temple are owned by those of us who practice Agnihotra. The Madison community, located on a large lake, is a place of great beauty, peace, and solitude. You can just see a little bit of the lake in the background here. We certainly have that benefit of nature. Paramadam is the heart of our community. The nearby Agnihotris work together to maintain the fires in the fire temple. The healing atmosphere created by Agnihotra and 4 hours of daily Om Trambakam Homa provides an ideal environment for spiritual rejuvenation and healing. Many people have had powerful spiritual and healing experiences in Paramadam. Visitors are welcome to attend the fires. We're an international community based on the principles of the Fivefold Path, which we strive to follow in our daily lives. The community lifestyle is vegetarian and drug and alcohol free. Meetings are held to give everyone a voice in issues affecting the community. On most weekends, group Homa and spiritual study sessions are held. Individually and collectively, we are making efforts towards self-sufficient living and are working on Homa gardening, food storage, and the use of solar power. We host monthly online Agnihotra meetings and classes on other aspects of the Fivefold Path. We also meet with people for in-person instruction in Agnihotra and other Homas that we teach. Homa supplies are also available here, and copper pyramids are manufactured here. We're always happy to answer questions about Agnihotra, Homa therapy, and Fivefold Path. We also give teacher training here. This was from one teacher training session. The newsletter Satsang, which is published 7 times yearly, is published here. We distribute books and literature on Agnihotra, Homa therapy, and Fivefold Path, both online and in hard copies. The Madison Homa community is a place of refuge and retreat. Here in the peace of nature, one can learn the healing fires and advance one's personal self-development. If you would like to visit, please contact us at info@agnihotra.org.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So, so now the next thing, I think, I guess, Henry, you will talk about the Baltimore Homa community, correct? Please unmute. Henry, please unmute.
Okay.
Okay, now fine.
Yes, yes. Okay. So my apologies, but one of the things we're having satsang now. So there's 15 people in the other room.
Oh, sorry.
Well, no, it's fine. We're just finishing up and they're starting to eat now. That's why I've been running in and out.
Okay.
Okay. So Baltimore Homa Community has officially been an organization since 2007. Originally in the Baltimore area, there were 3 groups, and we talked about some of them. The Homa Farm that was in Windsor Mill. There was one in East Baltimore. There was the excuse me, the third one. Bottom line is there's one large group now. It's called Baltimore Homa Community. We have a 28-acre farm in Westminster in northwestern Maryland. And we've grown food there, had CSAs. A CSA is a community supported agriculture where people buy in once a month and they get food 2 or 3 times a month, like that. We're just getting back to doing farming there because that's been shut down for a minute. We've had cows there, and just recently we've let the cows go that we have, but the plan is to get the cows back by next spring, like that. In the meantime, we have been doing workshops, retreats, all kinds of gatherings for different groups of people. One of the things we were doing, and we got funded to do this, was to bring young people from the inner city out to the farm. And that was interesting because they're used to the inner city. And they would come out on the bus and they would look out and they said, ooh, there's bugs out there, or it looks like this and looks like that. That's how they would start off because they're not used to being in nature. And that would last about 5 minutes. But in about 5 minutes, they'd be chasing the cows, running up and down the hills, doing yoga, playing drums. We would have people come and teach them drums, certainly do the fires with them. So we would expose them to a an Agnihotra lifestyle. And we've been doing that for a while. There's so many young people through the farm and other ways we've exposed them have become aware of this Vedic way of looking at life and have assumed so many practices that have been health promoting for them. So that's been really good. Now we have we have satsang out there at least once a month. Many of you know Maria Broom. She now lives out there and is our farm manager. We have people camping out there. We had horses. I think it was Fritz and talking about the Taylor. Taylor lived next door, and he had his horses there for his girls. So he was there all the time taking care of stuff. We would have dancing classes with Maria and all kinds of self-development for adults, for young people, just expanding our outreach. And like I said, we're getting back to the farming piece. The other piece that we do, we talked about resonance. We have a resonance center. It's run by Tom and Ann Kuto at their home, which is 10 minutes from here. And daily fires are done there. There's a shower to do the yajnas, and there's another shower that just is where Agnihotra is done. So between those two and here at my home, we do satsang every week, and we may have anywhere from 2 to 25 people, just depending on the day and what people's schedules are like. But it seems to provide a lot of support. Today, the topic was joy, talking about some of the quotes that had come from Orion on joy, looking at the difference between joy and happiness, and just having people discuss those issues together. And that was very inspiring, very inspiring. What else? And we're in a state right now of transitioning. There are more young people coming into BHC. When I say young people, I mean 50s and younger. A lot of our elders who've been around for a while have transitioned, So we try to expose a younger group to the Fivefold Path, and they've been very receptive, taking over some of the administrative pieces, working on the committees, and doing the things in a way that a 77-year-old might not do it. They're a little more familiar with a lot of the technology and stuff like that. So, and one of the goals we have is to do more media outreach. We have podcasts that we do and other things, but we want to reach more and more people, because as we all know, these are those times that we were given this for, and things are in transition like that. So I think that's short and sweet, but that's the essence. Baltimore, Homer community. If you're ever in this area, please contact us and, come say hello, spend a little time with us, or stay with us for a while, like that.
Okay, thanks a lot, Henry.
Yes,
And I'm sorry that it was during your satsang period.
No, that's all right.
Okay. So now the last of the centers is Om Shri Ram. Oh,
I
you want
think
to say something?
Dr. Ulrich, Sharon
Okay.
has
Okay, go ahead.
to ask something. Global Namaste, Sharon. Can
You're
you please
muted. Sharon, you're
unmute?
muted. You're muted. Still muted.
You have to unmute her.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
I'm thrilled, Henry. I grew up in Baltimore.
Ah, yes, yes.
And we're the same age. And my family is still there.
Yes, nice.
Yes. And so I would love to be able to tell them where to go, especially the grandkids and the great grandkids and all of that, because I'm sure they're very, like my brother's grandson is totally brilliant boy. He's been on Healing Our Earth, Finn, and he's so into gardening and all of these, interesting things. Sometimes he comes on the show. So, do you have programs for children?
Yes, we do. If you just get him in contact, we will see how we can integrate him into what we do. More and more, more and more people are doing gardens all over the inner city. Matter of fact, one of our people right now who's in there, he's a director for the NAACP for Columbia, and they got gardens all over the place. So that's one of the main things that people seem to be gravitating toward. Getting healthier food, understand that we can't depend on the system to feed us. We have to feed ourselves like that.
Yeah. Did you grow up in the city?
Yes. You know what Coppin is?
Where?
Coppin State College.
I
It's
don't
in
think so.
West Baltimore, right off of North Avenue.
Yeah. Oh, really? So I just have to ask, because Healing Our Earth, we're all friends. So did you ever hear of Brown Supermarket or Big B Supermarket all
Yes.
throughout the inner city? That was my dad.
Okay. All right.
And he was a real, he was supporting little league teams, and like he had a bunch of supermarkets. I'd say 95% of the employees were African American, and he worked till 93 because the community didn't want him to retire.
Well, that was the thing, the difference in when we came up and what's happening now. When we came up, there were baseball, tennis, dance. There were all these free things for youngsters in the cities to do.
Yeah.
And it's gone now. Unless you
Oh,
have
no.
to pay somebody, it's not available. The
That's
only
horrible.
the only thing that's free is being on the corner doing illegal stuff.
Oh, no. Well, then we need you more than ever.
Yes. And one of the things we do here, and we started this back when we were doing Powhatan, is we'll go out and get on the corners, and it'd be anywhere from 5 to 10 of us on the corner doing fires, and have been on this is a very big drug corner north in Pennsylvania Avenue. And we've
Yes.
been out there doing fires, about 10 or 15 of us, and people on the street who work in the corners come up and thank us and just sit down with us and just absorb the energy like that. So it connects us with the community.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Really, thank you. Thank you. I'll tell
That's
my
a very
family.
nice connection, Sharon. I think, Dr. Ulrich, it would be very nice if you could kindly connect Henry with Sharon personally
Yeah,
through
I will. Okay.
Thank you.
through the
Thank you.
contacts, and
I
they
look forward
can
to it.
connect the threads of their heart. And I
Yeah.
understand how close you feel with that, Sharon.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. It's very exciting because I know the issues, because my family's still there, and I know there's a lot of issues with Baltimore. And, You know, when I grew up, it was very different. There was a lot of, people were still connected with their spiritual paths.
Mm-hmm.
And that has shifted. Hopefully, it's all being renewed right now with people like Henry and Ulrich and everybody I've seen today.
And Sharon, yes. Yes, yes.
Yes,
So
I'd love to be in
Thank
touch.
you.
right.
Sure,
So
sure. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. And now we have one last point. Centers Om Shri Dam. Fritz and Lee, do you have more to say? Because you already shared so much about your center. You are muted. You are muted. Okay.
I'll go into share screen.
Click OK.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. First of all, I just quickly say this is a 3-minute video to music. There's no undertitles.
Okay.
Basically, currently we're a Homa farm and Homa center. So there's some activities shown on the video. We're building a retreat center so that we can have more people come and learn about homotherapy and other wonderful self-sustainable activities. And we do a Zoom session, a free Agnihotra workshop once a month. That's basically our outreach now because we're in our 70s and it's easier on our bodies to do it by Zoom. Anyway, we'll go into share screen now. This is a lovely creation put together by our son.
You click share. See.
Agnaye Swaha Agnaye Namah
that was a wonderful video. Thanks for sharing. So again, that's
Very grateful.
a place where I want to go sometime. Let us see.
I hope you visit us.
Yeah, and many others here also want to do that. Okay, so now we come to our last session, the closing circle. And the first is Parvati. She will talk on Srivasan's character and legacy. You have 10 minutes and you are muted. You are muted. Unmute yourself, please. One button at the left bottom.
No, yeah.
Now,
Okay. Hello?
yeah.
Okay, you can hear me. In about 7 minutes, it's Agnihotra right in the middle of my presentation, but you'll enjoy the fire during Agnihotra. So what I wanted to start with is the most powerful thing for me is the effects of Sri Vasant on a subtle level. I know, and he wrote many books and toured many places, and it was his character, his integrity, his love and his kindness and his compassion that impressed me the most. He was absolutely full of love. He used to say, "Love thy neighbor as thyself," and he did. Everywhere we went, every person we went to, strangers on the street, he was so kind. That's really inspiring to me. And he was very focused. One time he was walking, when he was walking, he was ahead of us, walking really fast. And Yarrick and I were behind him talking. And he was just straight ahead, focused straight ahead. But all of a sudden, his arm reached out automatically and opened up a door. And we turned and we saw this woman carrying a load of groceries. He didn't even see it. It was like his body knew, and his arm automatically, everything about him was of service. The first time I met him was phenomenal.
Oh, share the.
Oh. The first time, you can do it now.
Mhm.
The first time I met him was amazing. I don't see any people or anything. Okay. It's on both. Anyway, the first experience I had was amazing because for a year before I met Sri Vasant, I was guided by this voice, male voice, and he would guide me through difficult times in my life and give me so much comfort and so much wisdom. And I had no idea who the person's voice was that I was hearing, but I recognized it as truth. So I followed it. And then I started Agnihotra in 1975, ages ago. And my teacher, Karen Webb, told me all about Sri Vasant. And I said, "Oh, I must meet him." So I telegrammed him and said, "I will go anywhere where you are, anywhere." And he telegrammed me back and said, "I'm coming there." And then when I met him, he opened his mouth to speak. And I was astounded because his voice that had been guiding me for a year. And he told me everything about me in that first meeting. And then we traveled. That's me when I was younger. Can you see the pictures?
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Okay.
I think you just ended it.
Yeah, I wanted to stop
Hello?
because Agnihotra is just in a few seconds. So should we continue or let Jarek lit the fire?
Continue.
Okay.
Continue. We don't have much time. We are already half an hour late.
Go to the next.
Okay.
Okay, something's wrong. Okay, well, I'll just keep talking. So we traveled everywhere with him. I traveled to Germany and India, Belgium, Holland, and then all over US as well. And he had a lot of patience and kindness with people. I remember, this is in Kochivas. It was a sacred river. I remember in India, in Aurangabad once, some man came and he was yelling at him in the train station. Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? And he kept at it and he wouldn't stop and stay there. And he wouldn't stop. And then finally Shri turned to him and said, gently and kindly, he said, oh yes, I am a Christian and a Buddhist and a Jain and a Muslim and a Jew. And the guy was freaked out and ran away. But he said it with so much love and embraced all faiths at the same time. This next slide is when I was with him in New Mexico. We had gone to a center in Taos, outside of Taos, New Mexico, and we went out from the building. We were in a really nice center, and then he said, let's go. So we were out in the car. The landscape was cactus, cactus, and cactus. And so at one point he just said, turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right at the different cactuses. And then all of a sudden in the middle of this field, which is shown here, he said, we'll do a fire. And so we did the Viruti Homa. And I received a message saying that this was Holy Land, Anasazi Indian burial ground. And then, so we sat in meditation. And then when we left, there was a ranger. And he said, oh, you have just been to the Anasazi Indian ground, burial ground. And it was like confirmed within 30 seconds.
30 seconds, yes. How much time we have?
What?
30 seconds to Agnihotra.
30 seconds till Agnihotra.
Yeah, we'll stop for half a minute.
So we'll stop for a minute, half a minute, and then continue.
Okay.
20 seconds. Ten seconds. Agnaye svaha, Agnaye idam namama, Prajapataye svaha, Prajapataye idam namama.
Should I start? It's done over there. Oh, okay. Okay. Great. Trey was full of joy. He always used to say, what when you're on a spiritual path, it's not necessary to have a stern countenance or, over serious. He always encouraged us to be joyous, more joyous. It was really amazing. Joy, and he loved music. Once my son was playing rock music, and the person who was with Sri Vasant said, "You cannot play that, not with the guru." And then he turned to them and held his hands up and said, "Let him play what he wants, because ultimately, all music is mantra." I thought that was wonderful. This is us surprising him with a version of the Fivefold Path puppet show. This is Sri Vasant outside of the temple in Pramadam.
Not in Poland.
Sorry, in Poland at Brigorania. And then the next slide is of Sri Vasant. And he said, "Now I would like to send light to the world." And everybody gathered in his room. And he chanted mantras, and it took some time. It's quite beautiful. And at the end, he checked people if anybody took photos. And Darlene had taken a photo, and she said, "Well, I don't think it worked out." And he said, "Well, show it." And that was it. You could see the light pouring out of him. This is also in India.
Brugorania.
But
Brugorania.
I mean Brugorania, God. And there was the other, that's Jamal.
What do you want?
The other time, this is, the next one is Auschwitz, when he was praying, sending healing to those who were stuck there. And then, did we see this already?
Yeah.
We saw that.
Both of them.
Okay. Oh, and here, the next one, this is in India. And we were in Maheshwar, and he said it was January 18th. Can't remember when. January 18th, 2006. And he said, "We have to go and send light to the planet from this rock, this place along the Narmada River." And he told me that I should sit there and send light to the world. I, of course, panicked. And then, how can I send light to the world? How can I send light to the world? And then I sat there on the rock and just prayed with all my heart and soul that somehow light would go to the planet. The photo tells the story. There's Sri, if you can see the light coming from him to me. He's sending the light. And you can see it looks like Orion constellation in the background. It was an amazing, amazing experience, and a lot of orbs, but the light shows up. So, lest you think you're doing something, it's really all the divine. And this is the cover of the Messenger of the Sacred Fire. And he was very aware of the subtle world, but he was also grounded. He was always encouraging people to start gardens and to create homofarms and communities where people could live in harmony with nature and with their human nature. And he treated people with kindness. And that was, for me, his greatest message. His love that was beyond. I'm going to just read one short paragraph from Messenger of the Sacred Fire. Srivasan said, we had never sought to amass followers or devotees, disciples. It was never our intention to do so. Still, it happened that those who adhered to the fivefold path began to work with great devotion and diligence to teach homotherapy around the world, to start programs based on Agnihotra. It is those people to whom we are most grateful. We are most grateful.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Parvati. That was really nice, giving some insight on the character and what it means being next to Sri Vasant. And now, next thing would be Karina Sovindi with her song, but I don't see her. Can anybody call her? I sent her the message, but she did not reply. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I know.
My phone is not working. Maybe yours will work.
I'm calling her.
Oh, she's here. She's here. Okay, great. Thank you.
I don't know why you couldn't see me before. I was here the whole time.
Oh no, your video was not on. Anyway.
Yeah, it was. Oh,
He
okay.
was
So,
there for so long. Yes.
yeah.
Okay, so I was blind. My fault.
Okay, so I'm going to play the song written by Parvati and I hope you enjoy.
We don't hear anything.
Not just about us.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Just about us. It's about not about our fancy cars and the stars, our wants, our desires. It's about our planet's fate, our Mother Earth in dire straits. Rise up in prayer. Circles everywhere. We pick up together now as one. We need to come together now as one. It's up to us. It's up to us. Take a hand. Take a stand. Not about our fancy cars and movie stars. Our once found all out desires. Rise up in prayer, rise up in prayer. Circles everywhere. We come together now as one. We come together now as one. We come now as one. Rise up in prayer, rise up in prayer. Now as one. We come together now as one. We come together. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you, Karina. The sound was not perfect. There was I was not perfect, but anyway, it was still nice. Thank you, thank you. So now we come to an end. We come to an end. We have still something for question and answer, but I don't see any questions in the chat. So I think, Amrita, what do you think? I think we can conclude. We are already nearly 1 hour above the normal time of 4 hours.
Yeah, thank you. But before that, let's share with our viewers our future episodes. I hope you all can see. So in the near future, the upcoming week, the next week, we are having Janmashtami special episode that is dedicated for the celebration of Krishna Janmashtami in a joyful devotion and embracing the divine melody of Sri Krishna, and it will be broadcasted to everyone on 30th of August 2026 at 2 p.m. BST onwards. And the next week, we are having an integrated health episode, Transforming Healthcare, free global online session that will be broadcasted to you on 6th of September 2026. Healing naturally, holistically, with community and collaborations. And then we would love to invite all our Agnihotra experts and professionals, as well as the contributors of today, to join the vegan and vegetarian kitchen that will be broadcasted on 30th of September 2026 onwards, nourishing our planet and nourishing our body. And who best can than you all can share all that. So after this, we bring to you the World Ayurveda Day special that will be broadcasted on 20th of September 2026 onwards. Holistic wellness for healthy body, mind, and spirit from the timeless wisdom, as well as the healing from the ancient sciences of India. So that was our upcoming episodes at Healing Our Earth. We are really very grateful to everyone. Before we conclude, I would like to take 1 minute of your comments before we say goodbye to all of you. You have all done a marvelous job. It was very incredible and outstanding, and we really appreciate. From Australia first, I think you all have spent so much of time waking up all night. It's like I'm really humbly grateful to you. Yes.
Oh, well, thank you, everyone, for your marvelous contributions. And I would just like to thank Sri Vasant for inspiring us all. And his work continues, and I think it's just going to expand all over the planet, and it's very, very necessary for these times. And one of the messages he's giving us right now is start to store food, because growing food, yes, we need to grow our own food, but we also need to store food, because things are not moving in a good direction at the moment. Things will be wonderful after a few years, literally heaven on earth, according to Sri Vasant and many prophets of these times. But right now we're in the most difficult times. And so it's important to access food in a healthy way, grow your own, store pulses, store rice, things like that.
Yeah, I want to thank you all for all who have contributed today. It was wonderful to see all the input from various places around the planet. And the wonderful thing what unites us all is that fire. And I'm very grateful to Sri Vasant for making this massive effort for about 30 years to keep communicating about Agnihotra to whoever he would meet. And you know, the planet is in dire need of light, and every time we light that Agnihotra fire, a tremendous descent of light is there. As we have the benefit ourselves, but we also do a service to those who live around us, who are maybe not able to light that fire. So, you know, within a kilometer radius, you bring a very positive impact into your immediate area. And that's a wonderful way of doing service to our fellow human beings and our nature, and you know, we can give something back to nature. So thank you all for supporting
Absolutely.
that and
Thank
making it
you.
happen.
Thank you. Let's have a minute's comment from Mary, and then we move to Swindy.
Sure. So
And
to
then Parvati.
piggyback, thank you, Amrita. And Fritz, to piggyback off of Fritz, I just want to say that the resonance point is, you all saw just how many examples of the resonance point through the HOMA centers and the impact that one resonance point can have over an area. I think that we encourage you. There are several of us who are trained, and we think that this information or the technique of the resonance point is something to carry forward for communities and farmers who want to heal the land and grow organic food, of course, without agrochemicals. So thank you.
Thank you. Swindy, over to you.
Oh, I just want to say that it was a privilege to be here today amongst so many of my mentors and teachers, and without them all, including my parents and some of us who have sadly passed, I wouldn't be here living here in this wonderful place. So I thank you.
Thank you. Parvati, over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity to share about Sri Vasant. It's a great joy, great blessing to have been in his service and continue to be.
Thank you. Lisa, yes, please.
I'm very grateful to have been part of this program, and thanks to everyone who has helped to make it possible. And to think at the beginning of the program, we saw how this one man left India with a little money, no connections, and now he, through his efforts and through divine grace, this is spread all over the world, transforming lives. And the one thought I would just like to leave everyone with is one thing Sri Vasant said over and over again, is let us fill all the spheres with love, and may Agnihotra help us to do that. Thanks to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Anukul. And can we have 1 minute of comment from our guest as well?
The one thing that,
yes, Dr. Anukul.
Thanks, Global Namaste,
Yeah.
for everybody. I just listened to everybody so intently. I really enjoyed listening to every little bit. One thing that struck me was with Dr. Henry Gregory. He talked about the working. I could not make out why he named the places Family Life Center. Is it that because the family is a center and the smallest structure in any society? And I think it does require a huge amount of work over there. And it is great to see when he has named that as a family center, because that is where the entire energy will flow from. Number one. Number two is one thing that I find that all of you have had some sort of connection with Swami Paranjpe, Vasant Paranjpe. Something is very unique about him. It seems to me that he could sort of get everybody together so easily. If one were to just talk about, Agnihotra as a system, I think it was good that he propagated it, because there's something very spiritual about him, that it looks to me something like that. Because if I were to go and tell Agnihotra to anybody just very casually, I don't think that will work out. It has to be somebody like Swami to have get it through, and also Dr. Ulrich, who has taken it on upon himself to really spread it so widely. It is a real pleasure to see him really doing so well. Thanks a lot for all the presentations. It is very informative.
Yes, indeed, it was very informative, definitely. Dr. Ulrich, and we have our guest. Can we have the comment from, could you please name yourself?
Mary?
Yes, Mary, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I have to disagree from what you just said, the last speaker. Agnihotra speaks for itself. In fact, Sri Vasant made it clear, and Sri Gajanand, after them, the fire. After them, the fire. So even people who will never meet either of those two in the body, if they do Agnihotra, then they are basically getting something close to the same experience. That's what we've been told. And the last thing I want to say is that there was emphasis on young people in this presentation today, especially in Baltimore. And we are making a push now in Poland, trying to figure out the best way to meet, to get to young people. So far, we've settled on music so far, but we have a long way to go. And when we say young, we don't mean like Henry, 50 and under. I'm thinking of more like 30 and under, you know? So we're open for ideas of how to make that happen. Thank you.
I would certainly like to visit Poland sometime soon to visit your place.
Sure.
You're most welcome.
Come before winter.
Unless you like snow like me.
Thank you very much. And a bunch of thanks to Dr. Ulrich, specifically because he is the one, the pillar behind all of us, for healing our earth, a big hand for support. Not only that, giving opportunity to people and also to all the viewers who have been listening, following, and will be implementing all these things in their life. It was not just to talk about a fire, it was a ray of hope for many people's life, because that's the beginning and that's the sunrise. And that sunrise will bring a lot of things. So one small thing is not just a twinkle of a star. It was a complete constellation, I would believe. And that's what you have created, Dr. Ulrich. So a very big hand for you.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you.
appreciate these kind of glistening stars may keep shining, because the amalgamation of that is not just about for invoking spiritual fires and energies, but also talking about sustainability, healthy life, lifestyle, bringing wellness, well-being, incorporation for longevity of life. And what more than that? A beautiful 5 elements of nature has been brought close to you through that. Okay, we have a comment from Lata before we just wind up. A quick comment from you. Global Namaste to you, Lata ji. Yes.
Good evening and global namaste to all. I absolutely adore this theme of Agnihotra, and I just love to say a big warm thanks to Dr. Ulrich, because it was so unique. I've experienced so many different sessions in different subjects, but this one is so peaceful, serene, and calming, and it really connects us, to understand fire and the cleansing and the purification aspect. I think is just phenomenal, very educational, very informative. I found it very entertaining as well. And so you delivered it so beautifully, and your dedication, all the team's dedication just flowed through, and it was just remarkable, really. Wouldn't you agree, Amita,
Absolutely.
Dr. Amita?
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Namaste. Your comment, Meeta ji, before we wind up. Over to you.
Global Namaste, everyone. I have been logged in 2 devices. One was the phone before, doing multitasking, but I thoroughly enjoyed. If you were watching the chat, I was trying to put in some more information relevant to the Vibhuti. We have Vibhuti in Sanatana Dharma, in Hinduism. We have Bhasma Arti. Bhasma is ashes. And one of the presenters, I'm trying to remember who did mention about the scientific, importance of how it curing and therapeutic Bhasma or ashes of Agnihotra is. So I'm just flabbergasted how much work you are doing in this area, and we are forgetting our roots, and you are putting us back to where we should be going, especially in the tradition of Sanatana Dharma in Hinduism. The youngsters are not getting the values which are coming free of charge to them, and I'm so impressed that you are reawakening us. Please keep doing and continuing this work, and would love to have more of this such programs. It's so good, and as Lata said, it's very calming. And thanks very much to Amrita for coordinating everything, and Nishit Bhai. So we are so happy, and Anupal ji, you're so present. We're so happy to have this, and we're so lucky to have this.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay,
Definitely.
can I say a few words? I don't have much time because now Agnihotra is here.
Yes,
Okay,
please.
so first, of course, I'm always grateful to our teachers, Sri Vasant, about whom we talked a lot today. Normally we don't, because it is for him the message was important. His person was not important for him. So, but now we talked a little bit about that background also. And I'm very grateful to all the participants who did a lot of work to put together all this information. And some of that was even new for me. So I was very, very happy to have that from all the people around the globe. I know it's a lot of work. So I'm grateful to all of them. And then, of course, I'm grateful to the organizers, Amrita Sharma, to Nishit, Kotak, who does the technical part, and he worked in late at night also to put together the posters and this and that. And then our friend Dr. Anukul, who is always here. I'm admiring every Sunday he spends the afternoon with Healing Our Earth. It's always good to see you on that platform. Yeah, so I'm grateful to all that. And now I wish you all some.
And we are also grateful to our technical director, Nishit
Yeah.
Kotak, for for assistance, support, as well as for being with us for
Global
everything.
Namaste, everybody, and what a wonderful session. From the way it
Yes.
started, I could just tell, it's such a powerful session. And honestly, it blew my mind away because there were so many things I had never considered about Homa. And also seeing the big strength of your team and the way Homa has been there for many, many years. And we are not sort of aware of it. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Okay, great, great. Thank you.
Yeah, big thanks to Ulrich, your team, and your effort. And the time zones are so different, and still the enthusiasm and total dedication is so visible, is so obvious, and
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you, everyone, for joining in. Thanks a lot. And we would look forward for future episodes as well as bringing in something more interesting and vibrant. But stay tuned and please join us for the Janmashtami episode, which will be very vibrant, colorful, as well as full of inspiration from the discourses of Bhagavad Gita, as well as the Lord Krishna's some stories, insights, and wisdom that we love to share with you, along with bhajans, kirtans, and chanting. So, thank you so much. And Om Suryaya Namah, Om Agnyaya Namah, Om Adityaya Namah, Om Idam Namaha, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.